Hello everybody. I thought we may as well just start a little bit early, to be fair. Yeah. But it's nice to see we've got a few people in chat already. James, Human, hello. Well, I've already kinda spoke to you, but hello. Gorilla, Adriano as well. We're back in the wild area to find a shiny Combee, but not just any shiny Combee. I need to get a female, which is why I have got the Cute Charm Jigglypuff at the front of the party, fainted obviously, so we don't use it in battle, with Cute Charm, so that we get more female spawns. I did knock out a couple more so I could record examples off stream, and we've done a few other things as well. You'll be able to see Maeve's leveled up quite a bit, as has Clementine, Elsie, Charlotte, and Hector, because I went and beat Alistair, journeyed all the way up to Hammerlock, Stow-on-Side, beat Alistair, defeated BD at the mural, watched him get kicked out of the tournament, and then came back here. So yeah, we're fully set now to get Combee, and then once we've found Combee, which might not be today, I don't know. I actually don't know how long it's going to take me to get 500 knocked out. I'm curious as to whether that'll be today or not. I feel like it should be, but I don't know. I don't know whether that might take longer than 8 hours. Who knows? And then next is obviously Drudigon, but we can't do that yet. But anyway, how is everybody doing? Getting ready for Christmas. We're very close now, aren't we? Very close now. You might complete shield on your main before you start the shiny version. It's a good idea, to be fair. Maybe I don't know. I don't know whether you're doing are you doing it on sword, maybe, or are you gonna complete it on shield and then like overwrite the main file? If you're not overwriting the main file, always good to have a backup. I think, like, out to have another file that you can, that you can use. Let me just turn this down a little bit. Human not so much looking forward to Christmas. Gravy is. Woke up just in time. Saw Sonic 3 yesterday. Awesome. Was Sonic good? I haven't watched any of the Sonic films, I'll be honest with you, but whenever I see them advertised, I'm like, oh, like I would probably like that. Maybe I should see it. Oh, you're getting some Star Wars stuff for Christmas. That's good. Very cool. James doing good. Opened gifts last night because you celebrate today. Oh, right, cool. Also, you celebrate early. That's quite cool. I suppose, if you've got, like, I don't know, family coming visiting from, like, other parts of the country and stuff, I suppose it makes sense to, like, celebrate it all together a bit early. I mean, it's going to be a bit weird for me this year, because my wife's, like, literally in work on Christmas Day. So, not really going to be normal for us either. I am going to my family's on Christmas Day. And then, like, my parents and my brother and sister and stuff, and then, I'll come home when my wife finishes work, and we'll sort of celebrate in the evening with like, her parents. But yeah. So, I understand wanting to celebrate a bit early or something like that. I did remember to switch Maeve's ability off stream, not off screen. Yeah. I used the chromatic. I don't remember when I did it, but I know I did. And then, yeah, I won't evolve her into a Corviknight. I'll just leave her at this form for now. But yeah, that should speed things up a little bit, I hope. I mean, it's crazy how many female Combee spawn. It said originally that it was like a 66% appearance rate for the females when you've got Cute Charm in the party. I feel like it's more than that. I mean, it might not be, but I rarely see any males spawn. Definitely way faster. Oh, it's good gravy, but darker than the first two. Interesting. Well, it's good that you enjoyed it. Because, like, typically sequels, and especially, like, a third entry, they're usually not, they're historically not all that good, are they? So it is good that one isn't like that. Gorilla loves one shiny in Galar, and that's Inteleon. Inteleon's good. Really good. I would say it's probably my favourite shiny out of the starters. Cinderace is okay as well, but I think definitely for me better than both that and Rillaboom. You're right, Colossal is definitely good. Or Roly-Coly. It could be any of them, I suppose. All really good. Corviknight is great. You know, you all know I love Corviknight. I feel like there's quite a few really good shinies in Galar. Promorant, Alchemy, I think they're both really good. What else? I would say the legendaries, really good. Both Zacian and Zamazenta, really nice shinies. Yeah, I can't think of many really that I don't necessarily like. Oh, you've just found all 7 forms of it? Wow. That's cool. And you would have a Miltank steak. Oh, Zeke. Hiya, dude. How you doing? Happy Saturday to you as well. It is a very, very good Saturday. No more. Well, I am in work next week, but, like, it should be quiet-ish, you know? Like, it shouldn't be too taxing. So that's good. Yeah, I feel like getting all 64 of them is a bit of a trial. That's quite a lot. And no probs, James, at all. But well, enjoy your Christmas. You know, enjoy your celebration today. Before you go, because I'm sure I will end up missing it or something, so I'll say it now. Have a good one. I mean, my last... I'll be streaming tomorrow, but then that'll be me, done for this year as well, I think. I don't think I'll stream the rest of the week. And then, next week, I'm off from work on, like, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so that me and my wife can go and sort of, like, celebrate our wedding anniversary. So yeah, so I probably won't stream until the new year, after the end of tomorrow. But obviously there's still time, so. Nice, Gorilla, you've got a shiny now, your only legendary shiny, Groudon. It's a very good shiny to have. Very good one. I love Groudon. There we go. I'm getting a bit better at spotting which one's a female, which one's a male, not running into the exclamation marks in the grass. I must have been tired on towards the end of last stream because I just couldn't stop running into them. Seem to be getting a little bit better at it again. So yeah. Nice, all good. Tired, long day so far. Oh, you've been out and done your shopping. Oh, I bet that was brutal. I went to Tesco last week, and they didn't even have any trolleys left. It was that bad. Like, I got out my car and I saw people going for the trolleys, and there was none there, and then, like, going back into the car park to get one out of, like, the stations instead. And I was like, oh no. That's what today's going to be like. That's going to be fun. Trying to do my... I mean, I've got all my Christmas stuff, but I just wanted to go and get, like, you know, like them little boxes of Lindor and stuff, where just like little extras. Oh, it was hot and it was just grim. And to be fair, I'm also running out of, like, I need to go and do a food shop before Christmas, like before everything closes, and I'm not looking forward to that either. And thanks, Zeke. I appreciate it. It's yeah, it's our first one, so that'll be nice. Especially because, like I said, my wife's working Christmas Day, so it's kind of like Christmas won't be the same this year, but like at least we'll be able to go and celebrate like our anniversary afterwards, which will basically be like the same thing. Oh, sorry, human. I thought you meant you had to go and get all 64. Like you had everything set up to go and do it, but you hadn't got them yet. You've got them. Jeez. You just haven't got around to evolving them. That's fair. And thanks, Gorilla. Yeah, it was 24,000 was not fun. I'm gonna be honest with you, but I got there in the end. Hopefully, there's nothing else in this challenge that causes me as much heartache as that did. I've paid my dues now, you know. I should be in the clear. Yes, Gravy. Trolleys are shopping carts. Yeah. I didn't think of that. Trolleys are shopping carts. I bet it sounds weird if you're in another country. Oh, your worst one was 20k, Gorilla. That's a lot as well. Bloody hell, that's a lot. It was a good shiny you got without the charm. Did you get that in Sword and Shield? Or something else? Which one of these? I'm a bit sad because I haven't been to Blueberry yet, have I, for the Indigo Disc, and I saw today that Fraxio was in the 1 in 200 odds, but I can't go because I need it for the recording. So that's not great, but oh well. That one's male. Are you female? Oh, 41 degrees Celsius in Australia. No way. That is wild. Wild. Famous last words and jinxing myself. Do you know what? I've gone back to not caring about jinxes. I mean, I never did, but you know, Motorstoke was just horrid. But yeah, you are right. As long as Drudigon's okay, I'm not as bothered about the other ones. That's the one I need to be reasonable. Oh wow, you call them buggies. Gravy, buggies. I like that. Yes, true. I could just not go online until until I get to the DLC or whatever. But I have a feeling I'll forget, and then yeah, I'll end up doing it. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I ended up with that Pikachu one, didn't I? So it depends whether I go on Scarlet. If I go on Scarlet, I will 100% forget at some point. But if I don't go on it, then maybe by happy accident, I won't mess it up. No probs, James. Drive safe, as you say. Oh no, don't worry, Gravy, it's all good. I appreciate it though, thank you. I just, it was just one of those where I was like, oh, I wish I'd, well, it's a 50-50. In one sense of the word, I wish that I had played the Indigo Disc already so I could do it. In another sense of the word, it's like, I'm glad I haven't played the Indigo Disc so that I can do it for the channel. So, it's a trade-off. But don't worry, thanks for the offer. I appreciate it. But yeah, all good. I mean, maybe I'll be able to shiny hunt and axe you when I do the DLC or something like that instead. So, I'm just going to get up the odds of everything. Because I want to know when we've hit certain markers. Probably should turn off animations, shouldn't I? I might do that in a second. But for now, let me just find... Here we go. Brilliant Aura. So, very soon we're going to hit the chance to find Brilliant Aura Pokemon the most at 100 knockouts. So that's very close. Where are the options? Let's turn those off for now. And we're also going to start hitting some really good odds, to be fair. I mean, we've already hit... at 50, it was 1 in 1,365 for a Brilliant Aura Shiny. At 100, it'll go down to 1 in 1,024. And when we do get to 500, which is obviously a long time away, it'll be 1 in 585, which is even better than Masuda, which is awesome. The only trouble is I'm not seeing a lot of Brilliant Aura Pokemon at the minute, but I'm not too bothered about that. And the reason I'm not too bothered is because I would actually prefer to get to 500 and then, like, only exclusively look for the Brilliant Aura Pokemon. Because what I want is... Really what I want to do is see how difficult this is in comparison to the other ways we would shiny hunt in this game. You know, random encounters, Masuda, the strong spawns, like for Druddigon. So I would prefer to get to 500 and not find it, and then start looking for the Brilliant Aura Pokemon, as opposed to, you know, finding them all the time right now. Oops. If I get a shiny Bunnelby, I am going to be very unhappy. Like, very unhappy. I'm not a fan of Diggersby. So, please don't let me phase on that one. Oh, nice, you might be getting a PS5 for Christmas. Can play Spider-Man. Uncharted. Last of Us. All those cool ones, all the exclusives. Xbox doesn't really have many good exclusives anymore. Ooh. What game's better for shiny hunting than Nidoran lines? Yeah, I would have said Shield. I mean, you could... Are they in Dynamax Adventures? Probably. And then you've also got... I would say it's probably quicker to hatch eggs in Sword and Shield than it is BDSP. No, I'll leave it human. I don't want to like get anything like mixed up with the Indigo Disc. I want to parcel it all off. As much as I want Fracture, I don't think it's worth it, because otherwise I'll end up getting confused. Already my head's a bit blagged from this and the Teal Mask. Yeah. Nice, really. You're gonna choose Score Bunny. Good first choice. Yeah, very true. It won't count. It won't count. But I more just don't want to see. I more just don't want to see a shiny Bunnelby or Diggersby. If it was something else, if like I bumped into a Metapod and I got like I could get a shiny Butterfree, or what else is around here? Tyrogues, but obviously I've already got Hitmontop. I would be more inclined... I'd be fine if it was another Pokemon, but just not Bunnelby. I'm not a fan of it. Oh, very nice. You're getting 3 games. Spider-Man 2, God of War, and Ghosts of Tsushima. I haven't played Spider-Man 2. I played the first one, and Miles Morales. Both of them very, very good. I don't know what 2 is like, but I'm going to guess that it's pretty good. Oh, Moncreasy, welcome to stream. You finally got Shiny Darumaka after 2,000 plus eggs. Wow. That is a lot. A lot. So I'm going to get... That was Masuda, wasn't it? So that's like... at least 3 times over odds. So from what we've knocked out so far, it's looking like half an hour is about 50 encounters, 50 knockouts. So that means I've got 400 more, which is 8 lots. So maybe like 4 hours. Okay, that's not terrible. And there's our first milestone. So that now gives us a... Well, it says chance increase ×2. Which I think means it's just twice as likely to find Brilliant Aura, because you can never find one at 0. If you battle one, it says your chance increase is 1. So that's like, you battle one Pokemon, you go to... Is it to 3%? I don't know, you know. I don't know if it is. Because what it says, at 0 you can never encounter any. At 1, you can find one. Sorry, it increases by 1. Like, that's just standard. And then at 100, it increases by like 2. But is that 2 in addition to the 1? Or is that just like... Because it goes from 1 to 1.3 to 1.6 to 2. I don't know if that's just 2, you know. Anyway, it's fine. So, that gives us maybe either a 2 or 3% chance of finding one. But then on top of that, our odds go to 1 in 1024. So, not bad. I think the only problem is going to be that because I'm still knocking Pokemon out, I'm probably not going to see anywhere near as many Brilliant Auras as I should do. Because I'm spending all my time encountering rather than... I don't know. Rather than like actually looking for them. Yeah, Opal is a little bit strange. Yeah, definitely agree with that one. Yeah, Milo does look a bit odd, doesn't he? I think he's one of the only people as well that we've seen that's like that. Like, none of the others... None of the others look unhuman-like, but he does. He does look a little bit Ditto-like, doesn't he? Battle's like one as well, he's not very good. I think it would have been quite funny. I mean, I understand why they wouldn't do this, but I think it would be quite a good idea if in one of the games, say they did that sort of Sword and Shield format again, where it's like a tournament at the end. If they took one of the like early gym leaders and then made them like actually be quite a hard fight later on. Like if they took Milo and he was like who you faced before you faced Raihan, maybe. Do you know what I mean? Like he actually made it through the tournament a little bit. Brassius. I can't remember what Brassius... I know what he looks like. I just can't picture the no eyebrows thing. Yeah. I'll have to look him up. But at least with that, like, if you don't have eyebrows, like that's a real, that could be a real thing. You could just get rid of them, couldn't you? Or like you said, Kofu's got two sets. Like Kofu's got like very thick eyebrows. That's like, those are realistic features to have. I think not having a nose is like, you know, not very realistic, is it? In the sense of he literally, it's just flat. I'll have a little look now. Discord. Yeah, Larry's cool. I mean, I try to avoid it so that people, just in case there's any younger people watching, because obviously it's Pokemon in it. As much as us adults love it, it's not entirely for us, is it? So there's a good chance that people could be around who are kids. To be fair though, I think the server just, if you're talking about Discord, the server tends to just remove it anyway. It's got like an auto mod thing, and it just kind of cuts it out. Oh, go away, Tyrogue. Yeah, there he is. No eyebrows. Wonder if that's like a choice, or if that's just the way he is. I'm not sure what level Maeve evolves, but it might actually be the next level. I'm not sure. I feel like it's close. Do you mean in terms of the anime, or do you mean in terms of, like, just him in general? Because I didn't really watch, I've got to be honest, I didn't really watch the black and white anime all that much, but I know that it's generally kind of agreed that people don't love that kind of, like, section of the anime. I don't know, I kind of, from the limited sort of parts where I've seen Silent, I thought he was just a bit meh, you know? Not really a very, like, memorable character for me. Oh, I called it. Maeve evolving. I knew it was around this point. But yeah, I'm not necessarily saying that I think he was a bad character. I just remember, like, I don't know, Brock, Misty, May, Dawn. Those were all quite, like, memorable characters, whereas he was a little bit like, he just never really appealed to me all that much. And hiya, Bod. Welcome stream. We've not found the shiny, so you've not missed anything. I mean, to be honest, I'd be surprised if we found it today. Anyway, really. Anything can happen, but today is probably going to be a lot of just trying to knock out as many Pokemon as we possibly can. Based on what I've read, I would think we would get to 500. But I don't know. I don't know. I just change it each week, bud. I don't have them at the same time because it's got to fit in around life, you know. This is not my it's not my job. But no problems if you've got to go. Yeah, you're right. Today's theme is violence, really, isn't it? These poor Combee. I'm pretty sure that it is, but honey is in this game, isn't it? Like the item, honey. Because I'm just kind of thinking about it, like, why is it even here? Really? Does it have a purpose in this game? I have not, Gorilla. No, I've not. This is for all these poor people who have gotten several shiny male Combee. Yes. Except it's the females we're knocking out, unfortunately. The males have somehow escaped justice. It's in the game, in the treasure pouch. Oh, sells for 500. I suppose that's not as bad as what I thought, maybe. But even then, who's going around collecting honey to sell? Like, it's such a rubbish treasure. I don't know. It's It's just a little bit odd to me, that's all. That's what I mean, like, even getting a honey after each battle just feels like it wouldn't really generate all that. Like, in a game like this, you know, like, where, you've got Watts and you've got, like, the Digging Brothers and stuff, like, it just seems like it would be such a pointless way of making money. But I suppose I don't know. I suppose it's just in there as like an extra thing, but yeah, I just feel like who would have 5 Combee in the party just to make money? It'd be weird. It wouldn't be worth it. You're just pointing out why it's there. But that's what I mean. Just get rid of it. Get rid of honey. Change the ability for this game to, like, I don't know, anything. Just a strange one to leave in. It makes sense in Diamond and Pearl and Platinum and Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, because the honey trees are there. Like, literally the mechanic is in that game. But when the mechanic's no longer there, it's like, I don't know, just why? Or at the very least, make it worth it. You know, just make honey like worth 2,000 a piece or something like that. Yeah. Pickup's way better. Way better. Would agree. Oh, no, no. They're really quick, Tyrogue. No, no. Running into other wild Pokemon doesn't, like, change the... it's not like a chain or anything. It just basically works on how many you either catch or knock out in battle. So I'll show you in a second. So if I go to my... If I go to my Pokedex and I look at Combee, it says I've battled 134. So as long as that, we need to get that number to 500, and then it'll give us like the best odds for finding a shiny from the Brilliant Auras. But yeah, it's not like a chain or anything, so it's all good. If it was a chain, I will be honest, I don't think I would bother doing it. And the reason I say that is because even in Let's Go, you know, if you run into another Pokemon, as long as you don't, like, catch that Pokemon or or anything like that. You can just run away and it won't break the chain that you've got. If running into another Pokemon broke the chain, there's no way I would be able to get through 500, because it would just... I feel like it's going to happen at some point. So yeah. It is really cool. This is the first time I've ever tried it though. I've never actually tried doing this shiny hunt before, but it seems like it's going to be a good one. And I mainly want to just compare it and see what it's like, you know, compared to the other ones. Is it faster than random encounters? Does it end up taking more time because you're spending so much time knocking the Pokemon out and looking for the brilliant aura that it's better to just run into Pokemon randomly? I don't know. You're not a fan of Combee shiny. To be fair, I do know what you mean. The orange is a little bit of a weird colour. I think it suits Vespiquen. But yeah, I kind of know what you mean. Thankfully, it won't be staying as a Combee, because... yeah. I feel like using a Combee would be very difficult. Even in Sword and Shield. Sword and Shield are pretty easy, but... yeah, I feel like using a Combee would be a struggle. I feel like we're doing okay so far. We're nearly at 100 knocked out. And we're not even an hour in. So yeah. Hopefully by the time like 6 o'clock rolls round, we'll be at 500. And then we should be able to just start like actually hunting the brilliant aura spawns. Oh, DJ, welcome back. Caught a male shiny Combee once, nicknamed it Disgrace. Nice. I don't think I even bothered nicknaming mine. I was just like, oh, go away. Please go away. I've had a few actually. Caught one in... I think I caught 2 in Legends Arceus during videos, and I caught another one in Arceus just like offline. So yeah. And that's why I wanted to do this one so much, because it's one of those Pokemon that I've been lucky enough to find shinies of quite a few times, but never been lucky enough to find the right shiny. And you know, this game is a really good one to get it in, because you can obviously see in the overworld very clearly which one's a female. So and also you can reduce the odds through the brilliant aura. So yeah, definitely a good one to try it in. As opposed to like I don't know if it's in. Are Combee and Vespiquen in Scarlet and Violet? I'm not sure. But I don't think you can do... I don't think you can do the cute charm thing, can you? In Scarlet and Violet. I think this is one of the last games that it works in. Can't do it in Arceus, obviously, because there's no... Oh! I didn't realise I had no moves left. Whoops. Yeah. Nice. You got a full odds female shiny Combee right after it. That's great. Not Combee, but a friend got a shiny Bellsprout and Go and traded it to you. His training name is Jesus. Nice, that's cool. Yeah, cute charm doesn't work, which is a pain. But oh, I must have let that Onyx knock out my Jigglypuff last time. Let me go and find here. This should knock it out. Yeah, cute charm doesn't work. You gave your shiny Male Combee boosted attacks and stuff and gave it Terra Blast. Awesome. And Crescent, hello, welcome back. Very nice to see you. I'm glad your internet's sorted for you now. I know you and Paper had a bit of a struggle with it. Why Combee specifically? Well, just because, like I said, I've found three shiny Combee that were male. So I've never been lucky enough to find a female version, and obviously have a shiny Vespiquen. So, and because this game is a really good one to get it in, you know, you've got to think that I can see very easily whether something's female or male, and then on top of that, I can use the Brilliant Aura to reduce the odds, and then on top of that, I can use Cute Charm to make sure that more of the spawns are female than male. So it's like the perfect. Really, I think it's the perfect game to do this in. I've never found another opportunity like this to find a shiny Vespiquen, so there you go. Very unique. Oh, we've got a Coral Nintendo Switch Lite now. Very swish. That's awesome. DJ's first shiny was Giratina. Very good shiny. Very good first shiny as well. I love Giratina. I have got a shiny Giratina, but it's not one that's been earned, unfortunately. Like, I did these, like, you can do these DNS exploits in Black 2 and White 2, and it gives you old events. So I managed to get, like, shiny Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina from, like, old events that were, like, from 2007 or something, whenever it was. Yeah, exactly, human. Displays 2 hunting methods in one. So, yeah, it's a good... I think it's a good one to do. Very unique. I will say, I'm slightly surprised that I haven't seen many Brilliant Aura Combee yet. Because we have kind of been running around, so I'm just a little bit... Now that we're at the max odds for that, I would have thought we would have seen a little bit more, but... Oh well. Hiya, Peeper. How are you doing? That's awesome, Gorilla. First shiny was in Sun, a random shiny Mankey. That's really cool. You wish they would give make an evolution for the male combies, maybe give it the fighting type. That would be cool. Maybe that's something they will do in the future. I mean, Dunsparce got an evolution like, what, 8 generations after it was introduced? Like, it is possible. I think they do like doing that. We just don't see it. We just don't see it very, very often. But there's every chance. Oh, that's a good idea, that Gorilla, for a Male Combee evolution. I mean, it's an odd decision anyway, like with Combee and Vespiquen. I understand Vespiquen's, like, the design process for, sorry, the thought process behind Vespiquen's design, because, you know, a queen bee is a very, like, that makes sense. We didn't have one of those, but we did have Beedrill. So for the Male Combee, like, maybe there just shouldn't have been a Male Combee. Maybe it should have just been female. I don't know. Oh, nice paper. Figuring out how to beat legends. Do you mean Arceus? Like, have you got the game now? Is that what you mean? Plot twist: Vespiquen is just as useless as Male Combee. I will say, that's funny. I will say, if they gave Male Combee an evolution and it was rubbish, I would probably be frustrated. I'd be like, ugh, they just should have left it with no evolution. No, I get that the whole, like, Vespiquen is rare, and I get that that's the point, but I mean, just from when you think of Pokemon in general, like, I don't know. I suppose, though, there are other Pokemon that you can have Beedrill be a totally different type of bee to this one. I suppose there are other Pokemon that share the same sort of animal, but are, like, different species. I don't know. Yeah, I suppose that is a good point. I wonder if they will ever give the male version an evolution. Oh, you'll have it at Christmas paper. Cool. DJ thinks the starters for ZA should be Torchic, Snivy, and Piplup. Good shouts, to be fair. I would be quite happy with Torchic and Snivy. Piplup, I'll be honest, I would rather not see. And the only reason I say that is because BDSP and Arceus were both on the Switch. and Arceus had Piplup, and then obviously BDSP, Piplup was a starter. So I think like Generation 4 needs to have a bit of a break for a little bit. And that's coming from me. Generation 4 is my favourite gen of Pokemon, but I think that it's had quite a lot of spotlight time recently. So I think Gen 4 needs to have a bit of a break. And we need to like give more of a spotlight to Gen 5, Gen 6, maybe Gen 7 and Gen 8, even though they're newer. And Johto as well. Johto could do with some love. I know Typhlosion was in Arceus, so there is that. But Meganium and Feraligatr haven't really been given much of a spotlight for a while. No props, Gorilla. See you later. And Board as well. Board's also off. Gravy says Quaxley, Torchic and Snivy. DJ says maybe Toadstyle or Sobble. Yeah. Any really that are just not from... Oh, that was Brilliant Aura and didn't even realise. Didn't even look. If that had been shiny, I would have knocked that out because I was not concentrating at all. Speaking of which, I'm going to knock this one out and then I'm going to go and take a quick break because I could do with another cup of tea, to be honest. So yeah. 166, we're on the way. Yeah, I'm gonna go and get a cup of tea and maybe a bit of chocolate or something for stream while it's close to Christmas. I won't be too long, guys. I'm back. Oh. I am out of breath from going downstairs and coming back upstairs again, so that's not a good sign. My health. Oh. You can tell it's getting close to Christmas. Lots of food. Lots of out of breathness. For things you shouldn't be out of breath for. But back to it. Sorry, Board. I thought you'd said bye, as in you'd gone. My bad. You must have been saying bye to Gorilla. But yeah, it does happen with the whole missing streams and stuff. I mean, I'm not sure if you've mentioned before where you're from. Obviously, don't get too personal or anything, because you never want to share with people on the internet where you're from. But like, if you might be in a different time zone, I'm not sure. But yeah, it happens quite a lot where like there's quite a few people who watch from the US, and I, obviously being from the UK, I'm like 8 hours ahead. So it means that what might be a certain time for me is a totally different time for them. Same with Australia. Oh, there you go, Singapore. So I've got to imagine that the time zones are quite different, and it's rubbish. But it's just the way it works. The way I do my streams, basically, a lot of the time, is I want to spend a lot of time with my wife. So I tend to schedule my streams when she's in work, because she works different hours to what I work. So what very often ends up happening is we'll miss each other. You know, like I might be in work from 9 AM till 5 PM, and then she might be in work from like 2 PM till 10 PM. And so there's a lot of times where like we're like in at different times. So what I try and do, so that I'm not like spending time streaming when she's in the house and I can spend time with her, is I'll schedule mine for when she's working, which is why you'll see, you know, like last weekend I did these streams early in the morning till evening, but today she's on a different work schedule, so I'm scheduling it from like afternoon till late evening, virtually nighttime. So yeah. It's cool that you're from Singapore though. I've never I don't think I've ever known anybody who's from Singapore. Do you enjoy like living there and stuff? Cool place. Nice. Pretty safe. That's brilliant. Really good. Have you always lived in Singapore? Like, were you born there and stuff, or have you moved there from somewhere else? Oh, cool. Really awesome. Well, I'm glad that you like it. That's always important. Crescent says, what's things you've heard about Nintendo apparently ending next year? What do you mean? You've heard rumours that Nintendo were just, like, gonna shut down next year? Because that would surprise me. That would be, like... That would be baffling to me. But I can't say I've heard anything, so I don't know. I've no idea. I mean, we've all, yeah, like Bod said, I've definitely heard rumours of a new console, like a Switch 2. But I've not heard anything about them, like, shutting down or being in trouble or anything like that. Well, I'll be honest with you, Crescent. Even if that was true, like even if like the owner of Nintendo just didn't want to like carry on, you know, with the company or something, I don't think they would ever put it on a website, because you've got to think of what that would do for sales over the next year and the company as a whole. Like, I don't think that's true. I'll be honest with you. I can Google it, I can have a little look, but I've not heard anything about that, and that just doesn't even if it was something that was happening, I just don't think they would announce it. But let's have a look. Oh, don't run. I need to knock it out. I'm not seeing anything. I mean, unless... all I would say is sometimes with things like this, maybe people get confused because Nintendo will announce things like... So do you remember when they shut down the 3DS shop? They did announce that they were doing that, because obviously that means you can't buy things on there anymore, and you can't buy, you can't buy like games digitally, and you can't like download things like Pokemon Bank to transfer your Pokemon up, because the shop is no longer being supported. But that only happened way after the 3DS like had been outpaced by the Switch and stuff like that. So if there's going to be a Switch 2, I don't think that they would... how do I put this? I don't think they would discontinue support for the Switch for a very long time, because when the DS came out, and then the 3DS came out, you could still play, like, you could still download things on your DS, and it was only really like when the Switch had been out for a long time that they discontinued support for the eShop. I think it was like, I want to say it was like either late 2023 or like mid 2023 when they kind of said no more eShop for the 3DS. Yeah, it sounds like maybe he's just misread it, but I can't find anything. Yeah, probably got confused. because you know when you do read like let me show you what I've just seen as an example. So this is on Nintendo support, right? It's the first thing that shows up when you type in "Are Nintendo shutting down?" It's Nintendo support, and it says announcement of discontinuation of online services for Nintendo 3DS. So you hear that and you'd go, oh, you know, if you don't know what is going on in the gaming world, like I'm assuming he doesn't game, he doesn't have a Switch, he doesn't have all that kind of thing, you might think that they're just like getting rid of all the services. But then when you read into it, it's like at 5 PM on April 8th, 2024, online play and other functionality that uses online communication was discontinued for Nintendo 3DS and Wii U software. And what you've got to think is, the Nintendo 3DS and Wii U are like ancient now. They came out ages ago. So yeah. And who knows, maybe one day the Switch will also like shut down, because you know that's what they did for the 3DS, but I would imagine it was a while away. Yeah, me too. I definitely heard of a new console, or at least rumours of one, but we'll see. Wouldn't be financially smart to shut down OG Switch services. Yeah, since most users won't immediately swap to a Switch 2 or can't afford it. I totally agree. They'll only discontinue Switch services like when the next generation of console for Nintendo has come out that isn't Switch related and has been out for like a while. So like let's say they have the Nintendo Switch, then they have the Nintendo Switch 2, and then they have maybe the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro, and then a couple of years pass, and then the next Nintendo console comes out. Let's call it like the Nintendo Home Console. I know that's a terrible name, but like let's just put that as the name. Nintendo Home Console comes out. That's out for like 4 years. And then they would probably be like, right, we're discontinuing support for the Switch because we've got this new console, people are using it, you know, we don't need to support the Switch anymore. So there you go. Nintendo Bippity Bop. Yeah, basically. But even then, like, even when they shut down the support for stuff, it's not like you can't use the things that you've already downloaded. Like, I still have a 3DS, and Pokemon Bank works. You know, I've got like a Pokemon Bank, and I've got something called like the Pokemon Transporter. Both of those work, it's just that you can't, if you hadn't downloaded them before the eShop closed, you can't download them afterwards. But like, if you download them before, work fine. They'll always work until my 3DS like stops working, but that should be a long time, hopefully. And they usually give plenty of notice as well. So I hope that reassures you, Crescent. But yeah, I wouldn't. Pokemon is still the biggest franchise in the world. And Nintendo still do really well with like Mario, what else? Like Zelda, any of the other kind of like Nintendo properties, they all do really well. So I'd be really, really, really surprised if Nintendo announced anytime soon that they were like struggling and they were going to shut down, because they're still really profitable. I'm quite worried for. Well, not worried, but like, I've always been an Xbox player. Not really recently in the last year or so because of the channel. I pretty much just play Switch all the time. But before that, you know, I played a lot of Xbox. I am more worried for Xbox than I ever will be for Nintendo because, like, you've got to think they've given up a lot of their exclusives. They've kind of like let PlayStation use some of them. They haven't really come out with any new exclusives that are like worth it to like buy an Xbox for. And they've bought things like I'm sure that Xbox have bought like Fallout and Call of Duty. Yeah, they've bought Activision, so they've got like Call of Duty, but I'm pretty sure that they've been told you can't have Call of Duty as an exclusive because it's too big. And it wasn't an exclusive to begin with. And I don't think Fallout will ever be an exclusive to Xbox either, so I think for me, like looking as like an Xbox player, they seem like something to be worried about. But I think personally. Because if PlayStation have got better exclusives, and you can play all of Xbox exclusives on a PlayStation, why would you buy an Xbox? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Microsoft own Xbox. Gravy, yeah, they do. Well, they came up with Xbox as well. They didn't like buy it. Pretty sure that they kind of like made Xbox. They've also lost Evil Within and Hi-Fi Rush, there you go. So for me, what I look at and think, ooh, it wouldn't surprise me if they start to struggle over the next 10 years. I mean, I could be misinformed, to be fair. I don't like keep up with gaming news all that often, but I have seen things about Xbox in recent years where I've been like, oh, that seems like a strange decision. You know, like things like they've agreed to let PlayStation use certain exclusives. And they bought large properties that, yeah, make money, but can't be made exclusive to Xbox. So I'm kind of like, well, why would you... Oh, that's a brilliant aura, but it's a male. That's annoying. Yeah, just doesn't really seem like there's a point to buying an Xbox right now. It's no probs. To be fair, it's not like I know a lot about it, but even with Nintendo, but just from like looking at what they've got and how well they're still doing, I don't think Nintendo will be in trouble anytime soon. They've got too much going for them. Your brother used to love Xbox but swapped to PC a couple of years back. Well, do you know what? There's a lot of people who don't play Xbox anymore. Like, I don't get me wrong. I know that when you grow up, people stop playing games as much, and you kind of, particularly for me, at 30 years old now, I virtually know nobody who. Sorry, everybody who I used to know who played games now doesn't play games. But even people I know who do play games, a lot of them have swapped away from Xbox. There's not a lot of people I know now that are like, oh, I want to get an Xbox. Because there's just not really much point. I mean, there's also like, oh, this Tyrogue. There's also things like, in if you look at a lot of games now, like Rocket League or Fortnite or Call of Duty, that are like massive earners, a lot of those are like cross-play compatible, so you can play with people on a PlayStation and a PC and an Xbox no matter which console you've got. And I think with things like that, it's a bit like, well, really, why do you need an Xbox? Because you're telling me that I can play with anybody that I want, and PlayStation have got the better exclusives, and PC is obviously like way better at performance, and you can do a lot more with it, and you can mod your games and blah 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 blah. But like, what have Xbox got going for them now? I don't know. I couldn't tell you what they've got going for them. The Game Pass is pretty good, but you can get the Game Pass on, you know, on well, you can't get the Game Pass on a PlayStation, but you can get like a version of the Game Pass. It's called like PlayStation Plus or something like that. So I don't know why you'd bother, really. If I was going to buy a console now, I wouldn't buy an Xbox. I would definitely buy a PC or a PlayStation. Yeah, true, bud. You can do a lot more with a PC, so it's a good upgrade regardless. But yeah, I do think a lot of people are moving away from it. Yep, there you go, Gravy. I mean, some of it's like you said, some of it's just growing up, isn't it? Like some people don't play games when they get older. But definitely the ones that who I know of swap away from Xbox and go to PlayStation. I think that's changed quite a bit as well, because when I was I bet you lot will have been really young when, like, for the year that I'm about to say, but when I was in high school, me and my friends, so this was like 2007, 2008, and most of us had a PlayStation 3, and Call of Duty World at War was out. That was the newest game at the time. Oh my god. But everybody had a PlayStation, and I remember quite a lot of us swapped over to Xbox because PlayStation didn't really have much going for it. Like, you think of the exclusives that it's got now. Last of Us wasn't out yet. I think Uncharted had maybe started coming out, but it wasn't the hit that it is now. Spider-Man wasn't out. Trying to think if there was anything else, but there wasn't really a lot going for it. Whereas Xbox, Halo, oh my god, Halo was huge back in 2007, 2008. Like, it was everywhere. And Xbox was more the console that people played for, like, Call of Duty and stuff as well. And I remember a lot of us swapped to Xbox because it was just so much better. Now it's flipped. It's totally flipped. Not ask. Hello. Welcome to stream. How are you doing? I saw you commented on the shiny Rayquaza post. Did you manage to get it? Is what's not fast? Is it no Trask, or is it not Sark? Which one? Not Rask. Good, good, glad you're doing well. Oh, you've not got Scarlet or Violet. Oh, I'm sorry. That's brutal. Oops. Oh god, it's come back for its revenge. Oh my god, Maeve as well. It's Maeve. Oh no. Oh, nice, Crescent. You'll have Violet in 4 days. Lovely. Oh, you've just finished Prison Break Season 1. What did you think? Oh wow, Crescent. Can't wait to catch every shiny in the game. That is that's a good goal. Really good goal to have. These Combee, they always turn around when I'm trying to look at them. Pretty good. You think you'll watch season 2 and then stop? You've heard the next seasons aren't that good. Yeah, it is a very mixed show. I liked season 1. I thought season 1 was really good. Season 2 was quite good from what I remember. Season 3 is a bit weird. But like it's not the worst, it's just weird. And then season 4 is not, I don't know. I feel like Prison Break is a little bit like The Walking Dead. You know, the longer it goes on, you can kind of go, I don't mind watching this. You know, it's okay, but like it's not as good as it was when I first started it. But it's just the way it goes. Yes, there is a game next year, but it should be Legends ZA, but we don't know whether or not it's going to be early in the year or late in the year. You know, we just don't know yet. Can't wait for Mega Charizard Z and A, as well as Mega Mewtwo Z and A. Please, God, no. Seasonal rot. That is a really good term for it, Gravy. Really good term. Not Ask wants to start watching Breaking Bad. Listen, let me tell you this right now. Breaking Bad is phenomenal. It's really good television. I would probably put it as... It's definitely like one of my favourite shows ever. It's just so good. So good. Stranger Things season 5 in 2025. Yep, you're right. They posted about that yesterday. They have finished filming, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Can't wait for that. Oh god. 8 shiny Cubchoo. 9 shiny Cubchoo. It's the count. Not a very good count, but it is the count. Come on, board. It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad of a count impression. No, but see you later, dude. Thanks for joining. And we will we'll see you. We'll see you tomorrow, probably. Right, I am gonna have I'm gonna knock this one out, and then I'm gonna knock one more out, and then I'm gonna go and take a break to water certain piranha plants. But we're making good progress now. You know, we're not really far. I was nowhere near that. We're not really far away from being halfway through now, so I think we should hit 500 today. Whether we will find it today, I mean, to be honest, I'm not even sure we're going to find it tomorrow, because this feels like it's going to be a longer shiny hunt than what I maybe anticipated. But that's okay. It just means that, you know, it might take us a few more streams. Right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm back. Oh, hiya, Z. Happy solstice. Gravy, can I ask, what are the ways in which you can get Herba Mystica without raids? Because I would love to know this. Last night, after I did the Rayquaza, excuse me. Last night after I did the Rayquaza raids, I was trying to go around and get some Herba Mystica so that when we start the Indigo Disc, I actually have ways of getting some shiny sandwiches. But all of the raids that I was bumping into that were like the sparkling ones were the Blissey. And I was like, oh, well, these don't give out Herba Mystica. Oh, it's in the Indigo disc. Oh, never mind. Never mind. It's all good. No. Oh well. Well, thanks for letting me know. But yeah, don't worry, it's all good. I'll just I'll figure it out. I'll just have to do some like raids maybe after the. I'm not going to get to Indigo Disc until like March probably. At least. So I can just do some raids in between. Oh no, I know you would I know you'd sponsor the sandwiches, but I thought it's about time that I start actually getting my own anyway. I mean, I've owned a copy of Scarlet for about 2 years now, you know, and I've never bothered actually getting Herba Mystica. Only once when I was trying to shiny hunt Roaring Moon, so I just kind of thought, yeah, it's time that I start. I've got some Pokemon now. The problem with Scarlet was, or one of the problems with Scarlet, was that I had really no team to do raids with, because I gave away all of my shinies, didn't I, at the end of that challenge? So my copy of Scarlet just kind of sat there for a while, like not doing anything, because I didn't have anything that I could really do. But yeah. Now, I've got a full team to raid with. Oh, why have I just ran? I didn't mean to do that. There is one way in Kitakami. It's a one-time thing, but if you get all the tablecloths and show them to the chairmaker dude, you will get 2 of each herba. But 1 tablecloth comes from the olive rolling minigame. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, that's not too bad. I think I could do that. Crescent saying, well, you need to put in the effort. Like, I haven't been streaming 3 times a week, editing, voicing, writing 15 pages of script for a video, working a 40-hour job. Do you want me to go on? Like, I don't always get time. Yeah, we'll have to have a look. I mean, as long as I can get it, I will find like a little bit of time here, a little bit of time there. But yeah, I tried last night and I was like, oh, these Blissey don't give Herba Mystica. I looked it up on Cerebri and they're like just like candies and stuff and well, like leveling candies and I think Terra Shards as well. Otherwise I would have been able to do it no problem, because there's probably so many people on raids at the minute because of the Rayquaza that like I bet you can find people no problem. Go away, Metapod. Rayquaza's got a decent rate too. Yeah, to be fair, I got 2, didn't I? I don't know if you saw that in the screenshot that I sent. Yeah, I found 2 of them. I was quite shocked at that. So yeah, maybe yeah, if I can get a little bit of time, I'll definitely have a look. The problem is that a lot of the time when I do get time, it's like 20 minutes before I go to sleep, or, you know, I wake up in the morning and I'm like, oh, I can do this for like half an hour before I've got to get up and start getting ready. So I end up struggling to get people to do this stuff with, because it's like, it's not really organised. It's not like, right, I'm going to sit down for 4 hours and get this. It's just like, oh, I'll do a little bit now, I'll do a little bit later. But yeah. I'll definitely have a look. Ambipom raids give sweet herba. So is it, you're gonna have to give me like a bit of a lesson. Oh, why have I ran again? What is my problem? Unbelievable. That's why. Right, hang on. I need to check the Pokédex because I've run a couple of times now. How many times have I run away? 2, 3, 2. Run away 6 times? Oh god. Without even realising. Right, let's start this again. Yeah, you'll have to give me a bit of a lesson. So how do you get Herba Mystica? Is it like specific Pokemon, or is it like a certain star Terra Raid? I always thought it was like 6-star and 7-star raids that gave out Herba Mystica. Oh, 5-star raids give the most. Interesting. Very interesting. It is, Crescent. It is. I'm still stuck, like, in the runaway mode. Oh. It's hard to concentrate. So specific Pokemon give more, but all have a chance as long as they're 5 or above. Interesting. So I can literally just... So right now, even though the Blissey ones are on the like the sparkling raids, if I go to any raid on the map and it's a 5-star, I've got a chance. Wish I'd known that last night. I probably could have got quite a lot. My bad. I should have guessed that, really, because it was in the Rayquaza one, wasn't it? And that was only a 5-star raid. But I assumed that was because it was a special one. Although, I'm being so dumb, because to get the 6 and 7-star raids, you have to have beaten the Academy Ace tournament. Or you have to have, like, started that. You had to rematch all the gym leaders, didn't you? And I only did that yesterday, when I got Herba Mystica to hunt Roaring Moon at the end of that video. So I must have done a 5-star raid then. Unbelievable. Violence, crush the bees. The event raids, unless stated, don't. Yeah, I did look up the Blissey ones, because I tried a couple anyway, because I wanted, like, candies and stuff, because, you know, obviously, they're going to help me at some point. When I start the Indigo Disc DLC, I'll need quite a lot. But yeah. Well, not embarrassing, Crescent. If you don't know something, it's not. I wouldn't say it's embarrassing. I'd say it's, you just haven't played it. If I haven't played, or if I haven't done a lot of Terror Raging in Scarlet and Violet, why would I know something? Because I've not looked it up, have I? You should never make somebody, you should never try and make somebody feel embarrassed for not knowing something, because at the end of the day, there'll be lots of things in the world that you don't know. So the only way you're gonna know things is by learning them. And That's why I'm asking for help. Very wise. I am old. And with that comes a little bit of wisdom. Not much, but a little bit. One left and then another refill of the PP. Oh, this is very wise. Are you ready for this? This isn't me. I'm not saying this. This is human. What is common knowledge to one is unknown to another, and not all things that are obvious to you will be obvious to others. That was beautiful. And it's true. And another thing, Crescent, and this is in your favour, this isn't me trying to defend myself, but just because I'm older than you does not mean that I necessarily know more than you either. You said, oh, you're older than me, and you didn't know that, so that must be embarrassing. But people who are older than you aren't always right, so you shouldn't assume that they know everything, because a lot of the time they don't. Where is... Here we go. This will knock out my my Jigglypuff. I've come quite far, but I couldn't see any others. Very much so, yep. Oh. That's a bit weird. I thought it would have took the speed of Maeve and let me run away based on that. I wonder what it takes, actually. When you've not got a Pokemon. I wonder what metric it takes into account as to whether you're fast enough to run away or not. Because usually it does it off your Pokemon speed, doesn't it? But if you've not got a Pokemon to judge that on, I wonder if it's just like flips a coin. It's like literally a 50-50. I don't know. Oh. Santa's here. Hi, Demi. Good to see you. How are you doing? Yeah, so if you're faster, it's guaranteed, and if you're slower, it's a gamble. I know that, but like if you... So you know how it knocked out Jigglypuff, and then it said, do you want to run, or do you want to use your next Pokemon? Because I haven't got a Pokemon on the field, what does it take into account? Because there's no Pokemon speed to, like, judge it off of. That's kind of what I guess I'm saying. I wonder what metric it takes into account, then. Does it say... Well, it can't use your next Pokemon because Maeve was faster, so it would have been guaranteed. But I didn't have Jigglypuff on the field. Ah, it uses your unconscious one. Okay, that would make... Yeah, that makes sense, then. Oh, I can't get that. There we go. Yeah, that makes more sense. Well, I'm glad you made it, Demi. How are you doing? Ready for Christmas? I'm gonna guess yes by the Santa emojis. No, don't worry, Crescent. I know. I'm all good. But I still like to impart wisdom. Regardless. Oh no, I'm sorry. That sucks. Didn't put the tree up yet as well. Wow. Do you think you will? Do you think you'll still put it up, or do you think you'll kind of leave it now because it's so close? I think maybe next year we will put the tree up a bit later. Feel like we did ours in November, didn't we? So it was very early. But we don't. Neither of us feel particularly Christmassy. So I think next year maybe we'll wait a little bit longer. Or I will try to wait a little bit longer. And thanks, human. Yes, good reminder. Oh, you're still going to put it up. Good. Good. Put up a low quality print of a Christmas tree and hang it on the wall. It could work. 2024 has been awful since the drop of the ball. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That is, that's not good. Just a second. Yeah, 2025 is going to be your year, for sure. $250, guys, halfway there. Is that Carmine or is that human? No, I'm sure it will be. I'm sure it will be. I think 2025 is going to be a nice year for me, but I imagine it's going to be a stressful one, at least to begin with. Because we are going to be moving house, aren't we? So that is that is going to be a lot of work. But it'll be worth it once we're there. So that's something I've got to bear in mind. Never really moved house before. I mean, we moved into this house, but this was our first house after moving out of our parents, like both of us. And I feel like that's quite a different experience, because you kind of just take in... Like, when you live at your parents', you've got stuff, but it's not like you've got a house full of stuff. You've just got, like, you know, your games console, maybe a TV... clothes, you know, it's just like your basic stuff, isn't it? Whereas like now, we've got a house full of furniture, and you know, we've got a dog, and I don't know. I think it's going to be it's not going to be as straightforward as what it was the first time round. 14 couches, 5 freezers, and 18 beds. Is this like a really, really crap version of the Christmas song, the 12... What's it called? 12 Days of Christmas. On the 12th day of Christmas. They gave me 14 couches, 5 freezers, 18 beds. You've only moved once in your whole life, so you don't remember what it's like. I mean, it's I don't know. I remember moving as a kid, but I don't really remember like the obviously you don't remember the stress, do you, when you're a kid? And like I said, when we moved in here, it was quite easy because you were just taking your basics, and then like we got all the furniture when we moved in. But now, ooh. Now there's a lot of stuff. That's another thing as well. When you move out, you accumulate so much stuff. Like I don't even know where it comes from, but you just end up with so much stuff. You know, like cupboards full of all kinds of things that you just like, when did we even get this? I don't remember this. Oh, don't worry, I definitely don't have 14 couches, 5 freezers. I have 1 couch, 1 freezer with a fridge, 1 bed. Although that's probably not coming with us, because there's certain things that I built while we were here, but I built them in the room that you know, that they were going to be in. Like the wardrobe, that's not coming with us. There's no way. I'd have to dismantle it, and I don't know how to dismantle it. I only knew how to put it up. So, yeah. Do you know what? I would be quite happy with living in IKEA. I love IKEA. It's great. Meatballs, gravy, all the cool furniture. It's great. Yeah, coarse gravy. Well, if you were that young, you wouldn't remember, would you? No way. I agree. You have 2 couches. One of them's a pretty big one, plus 2 armchairs. Nice. Well, we've got 1 big couch. Like 2 chairs. A couple of office chairs. Not too bad. I feel like we've not got like a ton of stuff, but definitely enough that it's like, oh god, what are we gonna do with all this? Grayson, welcome to stream. You've just watched my Let's Go Shiny Only run. Awesome. I hope you enjoyed it. But yeah, thanks for watching it, and thanks for joining stream. That was the first one I made, to be fair. The Let's Go run. I don't know what my favourite one would be. I think my Arceus one was probably the most fun. BDSP was really good, but just very long. And now I'm making another one. This is the Shield Shiny Only run. Oh god, you've got 3 freezers. No way. That's pretty cool. Loads of room for food. Oh, good question, Grayson. Who will I hunt after this? I am going for Drudigon. There's a strong spawn of it in the Isle of Armor. So yeah, that one is going to be painful, to be honest, because it's going to involve soft resetting. And soft resetting is never really fun. It's more fun probably off stream because you know you can watch like a TV show or something, but on stream probably going to be a little bit less fun because I won't have something to do. Do you know what I mean? Like I'll be able to like chat with you guys, but I chat with you guys anyway. A lot of the time I'll just be sitting here waiting for the game to load. So that's going to be a real test of my patience, but I feel like my patience isn't too bad. Grayson, I don't know if you've looked along the bottom of the screen yet, but there is one Pokemon that I've hunted so far that you might be a bit surprised at. Oh, Gravy, congratulations on the shiny Milcery. Awesome. Oh, thanks, Gravy. You enjoyed the 50 hours in Legends Arceus a lot. That's lovely. Crescent says, this one is my pain run. Yes. Little bit. Little bit. I am enjoying it, though. It's good that this one was on stream, because I think if it was off stream, I would have probably... I probably would have struggled quite a lot. IKEA plushies. I can't say I've seen a lot of IKEA plushies. Maybe I've just missed them. I haven't been in a while though because the IKEA that is near my house was undergoing like renovations in the food place, and like me and my wife will go to IKEA just to eat there because it's so good. Like the dime cake and the meatballs and gravy. It's like, oh, it's so good. So, so I haven't been in a while, to be fair. What should its name be? It's a girl. I don't know. I did say I would eat gravy, didn't I? Oh god. Terrible. I'm sorry. Grayson, I will answer your question when I'm back. Just give me 2 minutes. I'm just going to take a quick break, and I'll be right back, but then I will answer your question. Right, I'm back. Let me before I carry on, let me go back and read the question. What starter did I pick for this run? I picked Sobble, which is, oh no, that's the Riolus. I picked Sobble. And I was gonna breed it for a shiny originally. Did kind of want to do that because Inteleon is really good. I don't know whether I'm gonna do. I'll be honest. I've been very up and down with my choices for this DLC. Like, in some instances, I've done exactly what I said I was going to do, and in other instances, I've had to like change things around and decide on different things. I know that I'm going to do 10 shiny hunts. That is without a doubt going to happen, and I know what I want some of them to be. But there have been instances where like the 6th one was supposed to be Druddigon, but then we got to it, and I was like, oh, well, when I went through it with everybody in chat, we were like, I can't because it's too high of a level and I didn't have the right Pokemon and things like that, so I had to swap things around. There is hope that I might breed for a shiny Sobble at some point, but I can't say for a definite that I will. We'll have to see. Do you know what, Grayson? That's very nice, but I'm just a normal guy, you know? I mean, listen, I would be the same if I had 100,000 subs or 1,000,000 subs, but like, I don't know. Subs are irrelevant, aren't they? You know, I'm just a normal guy, just like, you know, everyone else in chat, pretty much. But that's very nice. Very nice. So let's get back to it. It's a good job I've got a second monitor now, isn't it? Because I would not be able to see the females if I was looking at it all on one screen like I was doing for the earlier shiny hunts. No problems, Demi, at all, that you've got to be lurking. Don't worry about it. Just thanks for showing up, you know. Great reminder to behave as well. I always count on you. You're both very capable. Both very capable. Oh. All male. Not seen that for a little while. Oh, I've just seen Grayson got an ad. Grayson, did you hear what I said about the starter, or did the ad kind of interrupt it? Oh, you heard. Cool. Cool. I'll tell you the rest of the shiny hunts that I've got planned. So, next is going to be Druddigon, as I said. Then I'm going to go for Dedenne, probably. Then I'm going to Masuda method breed for Honedge. And then I'm going to go for a shiny Raikou in the Dynamax Adventures. So, I have planned them out. But, like I said, there's every chance that I could change my mind on one of them and say, I'm going to go for Inteleon instead. You know, you never know. But that, at the minute, is like what my plan is. It's a massive shame because there's so many cool Pokemon that are in the Crown Tundra, but I can't get to the Crown Tundra, really, other than Dynamax Adventures, because the Pokemon that spawn there are all Pokemon that I think I can only catch after the 8th gym, maybe? They're like too high a level, so that sucks, but yeah. Actually, I might want to check that. Because if I could catch them before the 8th gym, I could Masuda for something else. I wanted to Masuda for Tyrantrum, didn't I? Well, for Tyrunt, to get a Tyrantrum. And I decided against it, but that could change. I'll have a look. Oh, V, welcome to stream. How are you doing, dude? I am brilliant, thank you. Getting ready for Christmas. We're nearly there now. Are you doing okay? Oh, an SME as well. Welcome back. Everyone's joining. Currently doing the December Community Day on Pokemon Go. Very nice, very nice. What is the December Community Day for? And V, Christmas is so close it's scary. Yeah, it is. It is a little bit weird, isn't it? How quickly it's come around. Really weird. This time last year, I was 8 days away from getting married, and it does not feel like it's been a year since then, which is wild. But I'm glad to hear that you're doing well. Grayson is Dracovish Shiny Locks. It's not, to be fair. Dracovish is... In fact, I nearly did the fossil hunt, but I changed my mind. I was going to go for it originally, and I swapped it out for Drudagon. And I will show you the proof of that, because I did a lot of WOT collecting and a lot of fossil collecting. So, I'll show you now. Let me just go to my bag. So I went to the Isle of Armor. I did a lot of max raid battles, and I got a lot of Armorite ore. And then I exchanged the Armorite ore for watts, and I got 400,000 watts. Then I went to the Digging Brothers, and I spent 200,000 watts on treasures. And I got all of these fossils so that I could get... I wanted Dracozolt originally. I also got loads of bottle caps. I sold a lot of the treasures that I got, which is why I've got 1.8 million. And if you look at my other items, I've got like tons of stones and metal coats and iron balls and all the rest of it. And then I decided that I didn't want to do any of that. And I decided I wanted to go for Drudagon instead. So I was originally going to do it. But yeah, changed my mind at the last minute. Oh nice, under the duvet till January. That sounds great. I'm looking forward to having a bit of a break. I mean, I'm still in work next week, but it should be a lot quieter than it usually would be. So it's the same as having a break, sort of. Yes, very good point, Human. Yeah, the fossil Pokemon as well. You get it in a regular Pokeball, and I've caught everything so far in a Premier Ball. So yeah. If I show you really quickly, see Premier Ball for Maeve, and if I go to my boxes, Premier Ball for Clementine, Premier Ball for Elsie, which I bred for Elsie as well, Premier Ball for Charlotte, and a Premier Ball for Hector. So I wanted to keep that going for a while, and you can't do that with a Fossil Hunt as well, so... Oh, am I British or Australian? I am British. Oh, this is a brilliant aura. No shiny though. Yeah, I am British, but from like the north west of England, so not like the sort of maybe posh stereotype maybe that you've heard of British people. Or the Cockney stereotype. I'm like, you know, Northern England. Oh, Tyro, go away. You just ripped a plastic bottle in half. That is... I don't even know how you would do that. I don't think I could do that. And thanks, V. You love the name choices so much. So the name choices, I'm glad that you like them. The name choices are themed. They're from a television show called Westworld, which in hindsight I wish I hadn't picked, because I was thinking about this the other day, and Galar is based on the UK, isn't it? And I'm from the UK. I should have picked like Harry Potter or I don't know, something else that's like quintessentially British, like Love Actually or something. But I picked Westworld because at the time when we started this challenge, I was watching Westworld and I really loved it. So that's why. But it's all good. I'm glad that you like the name choices. So Coronation Street, yeah, I could have done Coronation Street as well. That's definitely a British, like quintessentially British thing. I would have said Doctor Who, but I've never watched Doctor Who. Could have done Sherlock. But yeah, I mean, to be fair, Wait a minute. Sorry, I've got to pause my train of thought there. Human, you watched Love Actually in school. That is... I can't believe they showed that in school. Are you serious? It's so graphic. No way did they show you that in school. Oh my god. That's blown my mind. That is really wild. There's no way they would ever show that in the UK in school. It doesn't matter if it was in high school, that's still crazy. I can't believe they showed you that. That's... I'm shocked. I bet that was a fun day. Crazy. But so I'm guessing you're not a fan of Love Actually after that. But yeah, I could have picked that. To be fair, it's probably a good job that I picked Westworld to some degree, because the whole... Do you remember when we played the Teal Mask? And I just consistently found female Pokemon. It's sort of happening in this as well. I mean, I've had Maeve, Clementine, Elsie, and Charlotte. And then I think Human said Hector was always going to be a male. Because of the way Tyrogue works or something like that. So... was really likely to be a male. So, So yeah. It's probably a good job that I picked a show that has a diverse, like, cast. Because I'm running out of names for females. And that's in a show with quite a lot of females in, so... Oh, it's definitely cheesy. Definitely cheesy. Didn't even pause, so you got awkward commentary from a middle-aged man. I bet he didn't know what to say. I bet he was like... I don't know what your teacher's name was, but he was like, "Get in here. What are you doing showing that to the children? It's inappropriate, Sandra." Wild. To be fair, I can understand why it's amusing. Unless I'm just misremembering high school, but I don't remember ever being, like, shown... No, I meant, like... Sorry, I meant, like... He took her out the class. Or him. Took him out the class and was like, "Get in there." Like, to the corridor. "What are you doing showing that to the kids? Turn it off. Inappropriate." Maeve has gained a full level from level 7 to 10 Combee. Oh god, gravy. That is funny though. I tell you what, I've got a funny story from high school that's not it's not like anything inappropriate, so I can totally tell you all of it on stream. But let me first say, Slim, welcome back, dude. How are you doing? We're well on our way to a shiny Combee. But how is your Pokemon X hunt going? I feel like I've not seen you in a while, so I don't know whether how far along you are. Oh, a Ninja as well. Welcome to stream. How are you doing? We've got loads of people joining. So yeah, here's the story from my high school. Again, not inappropriate or anything, so I can tell you this. So when I don't know if anybody's ever played like FIFA, but when I was in like year 7 or year 8, they brought out this like mode called Ultimate Team where you could basically make your own team of football players that were based on real life players, and they kind of had like little collectible cards that you would like get in the game, and then you would use them to like make your team, and everyone was obsessed with it. So on our dinners we would go into the computer lab and we would like log on to this Ultimate Team and we would sell players and buy players, and we would like do things that were, you know, we would like just catch up basically while we were at school, ready for the evening. And the school got wind that we were all doing it, so they banned it. They blocked it off all the computers. And for most of us, it was like, well, that's stupid, but, you know, there's nothing you can do about it. They banned it, so that's that. But there was one kid... This is really bad, this. There was one kid that wasn't content with the fact that it had been banned. And he decided... And bear in mind as well, this was a kid that I've never... When we used to hang around with him and stuff, he was never like a kid who got in trouble or did anything like bad. So this was really surprising. But he decided to watch one of our teachers put his details in to a computer. And he memorised his username and password. And then used his username and password on the computers to log on his dinner and get on this ultimate team. And what do you think happened? He got caught. He got caught within about a week. and got in a lot of trouble. Because he'd used... I honestly think it was like the deputy head of the entire school. Bear in mind, I went to quite a big school as well. There was like 250 people in my year group alone. So there was a lot of people at this school. There was like well over 1,000. Loads of teachers, and this guy was the deputy head. And he memorised his username and password just to play a bit of FIFA on his dinner. Ridiculous. Oh god, that was funny. To be fair, it's probably funnier if you like knew the kid, because he was just so... You picture someone in your year group at school who was like really unassuming and never did anything wrong, and then did something like, imagine them doing something really bad. It makes it all the funnier because you're like, where did that come from? Respect the hustle, gotta keep the grind. Yeah, basically. Oh, God. Oh. Metapod. But congrats, Ninja, on the shiny Snorlax. And the Lucario as well. Very cool. Very good finds. You were the kid that did nothing wrong. Well... I suppose it's harder to imagine then. I mean, I feel like I didn't really do much wrong in school. But... Oh, I've just run. Why have I... Oh. I don't know why my brain does this, right? Okay, I was only one off. That's fine. That's the first time I've done that in a while. How weird is it that I haven't ran for like 50 encounters? I'm just not going to count this one. Don't worry. I'm just not going to count this one. How weird is it that I haven't run for 50 encounters and then all of a sudden I run? Why would I do that? It's so weird. No, I'm just that one I didn't count. Does that make sense? No, don't worry, V. It doesn't reset the chain or anything. It just because I've done it a load at this point. If it was a chain, I would be in a lot of trouble because I think I've bumped into about 20 to 30 different Pokemon, and I've definitely run away from about 10 Combee because my brain just sometimes goes on like autopilot. So thankfully we're all good, but yeah, it would be a real shame. That, to be fair, that's why the Brilliant Aura seems pretty good, because it's very forgiving and it's just kind of like, it's more a test of patience than anything else, which I suppose is like shiny hunting full stop, isn't it? It's all a test of patience, but this one specifically is like, you know, you've just got to keep at it. Made a lot of good progress today. We started on 55, so all we've got to do is, you know, another 190, which sounds like a lot, but it's not too bad. And then we can actually start looking like specifically just for the brilliant aura Pokemon. Oh, I'm sorry, Ninja, that you're a bit sick. I hope you feel better soon, especially in time for Christmas. I go into Motorstoke Gym mode. Basically, yeah, that must be where it comes from. Oh, 100% it did. I mean, it's very, I think it's just a natural reaction, because, I mean, you've got to remember as well, I did Rookidee, Tyrogue, Slowpoke, and then Vulpix. All were like, every time I encountered them, I would run away if it wasn't a shiny. So, now, it really is ingrained up here to, like, run away. Most of the time I get it right, but not always. And human is spot on. Yeah, really good explanation. It's just one that I wanted to try out, really. I wanted to see what it's like compared to the other hunting methods. I mean, I usually do that, you know. If you've watched my other videos, like Scarlet, I tried like full odds. I tried mass outbreaks. What else did I try? Did I try anything else? I tried like sandwiches without the sparkling power and without mass outbreaks to see if like having more spawns on screen like influenced anything. Arceus, I tried full odds, I tried mass outbreaks. And in this, we've got Masuda, strong spawn, random encounters. I would say the Motorstoke Gym is probably pretty unique. I'd say that kind of counts as its own thing, even though it's a random encounter. So yeah. Oh, and we'll have Dynamax Adventures as well. You need to finish Legends Arceus to get your Arceus and BDSP to hunt. To be fair, V, I mean, listen, I am somebody who... I've said it on stream before, but my favourite game ever of Pokemon is Legends Arceus. But I will say that while it's my favourite, I 100% understand people who, like, don't like it. Because it can be very hit or miss, can't it? It's very different to pretty much every other Pokemon game, and so there are a lot of Pokemon fans that love it because it's so different and it's something new, and you know, it's like it's what a lot of people have wanted from Pokemon in for a while. But then on the flip side, there's a lot of people that understandably are like, well, I don't really like the controls. Pokemon's not usually like this. It's quite hard to do. So yeah. Totally understand. I think my favourite things about Arceus aren't so much the way it plays, but the more like the other stuff that goes alongside it. Like, I love the story and the music and the environment and like the fact that it's in the past. So for me, if Arceus still played like any other Pokemon game where you couldn't just run around and throw Pokeballs at things and you know, it was quite like I don't know. It was more like, say it was more like Sword and Shield in the way it plays, but it still had the same music, same story, same characters, same Pokemon. I would still love it, because it's all those things that I really love about it. But yeah. Totally understand why not everyone loves it. Yes, there you go. Gravy, as Human said. It's, you can definitely improve them. I'm at the max now for Brilliant Aura appearance rates. I'm just not at the max for shiny odds, which is why I'm persevering until we reach 500. Yep, good shout, Human. With a Pumpkin Bow. I wonder if before I carry on, let's put a little let's put a little something in the chat. A little. I've never done this before, even though people obviously ask me things all the time anyway. But not a poll, a Q&A, if it'll let me. Ask me anything at all. Let's see if anyone's got any questions. Any burning questions? Oh no, I know. I know it was a guess. I just meant usually I would do a poll, but I've never tried the Q&A function. I mean, I suppose it is literally just the same as saying ask me anything. But at least it'll stay there. No probs, Crescent. But thanks for joining. It's nice to have you back. It's I feel like I've not seen you in a while. Same for Paper as well. It's been, do you know what? It's been really interesting as like for me, for like streaming wise. And I don't mean, when I say this, I don't want anyone to take any like offense. This isn't me like saying, oh, certain people haven't been showing up for stream, or it's not anything like that. It's just it's been very interesting for me, like when we started streaming back in September. Wow, September. Can't believe how quick it's gone since then. But when we started streaming, we built like, you know, a certain kind of like a select audience, didn't we? We had the same people coming back quite regularly. And now we have like some people that showed up back then that don't show up anymore. We have some people that dip in and out and kind of like still show up, but not as often as they used to. We have new people that show up quite regularly because they're still like quite new. It's really like it's really interesting to see the development of sort of like audience behavior. And again, I don't mean that in a bad way. You know, I'm not saying people have to show up for the next 10 years of me streaming, because that's just, you know, I would never expect that, and I would never ever say that. But I mean, like, it's really interesting to see like regulars and how some people like you, human, and Demi, you know, quite regularly, you're always here basically. But then, you know, there are other people that maybe were regular at one point but aren't anymore, or were regular at one point but now kind of just dip in for like a little bit. And there are some people I don't see at all anymore. But then we've also got new people, you know, like V and Zach, and so it's yeah, I don't know, it's just interesting. That's more what I mean. And I quite like that. I quite like that it's like an observable kind of thing, because to be quite honest, I never really thought I would get anybody watching. I thought I was just going to be streaming to, you know, like, maybe 1 or 2 people that showed up, you know, for one stream and then just never came back. But it's not been like that, like, at all. You know, I've had such a really, like, for a new streamer, I would say I've had a really good response. I know I've, like, had an established channel and stuff, but a lot of people who I think have joined the streams maybe haven't originally been subscribed to me. I know you were human. But yeah. I'm very happy with the amount of support I've had. Yeah, there was a point in time when you were pretty much my entire chat, weren't you? You're spot on. Did I count that one then? Yes, I did. Right, I'm just going to go and take one more quick break. Well, probably several more until we finish, but one more for now. And then yeah, I'll be right back. I'm back. I just noticed the time and I thought maybe it would be a good time to feed Bucky while I'm up. I just ran. Lol. Right, I won't take that back. I'll just knock out one of them. Oh dear. Paper, yeah, don't worry. I know you would usually be here. I know the internet's been a pain for you. But that's the thing. Like, even if you're... Oh, do I? I have one question waiting for me. How does this work? Oh, sorry, it's in a separate section. I thought it was just like it would appear in the chat. Oh, that makes way more sense, of course, yeah. Duh. Sorry, right. My bad. Good questions. We've got one from V, one from Gravy, we've got one from Human. So, V, I'll do yours first because yours is the first one to appear. What is your favourite movie? Great question. This may have changed over the years. Historically, it was Shawshank Redemption, which is a really good film. I also weirdly like, and I know that it's probably not going to be everyone's favourite film, this, but has anybody ever heard of Limitless with Bradley Cooper, where he takes the pill that makes him be able to use all of his brain, and he's like super clever, and he just like improves his life massively, but there's a lot of drama in between. Really good film. I like that one, although I feel like that's probably not a lot of people's first choice. I do have a bit of a comfort film as well that I will very often watch when, you know, like, say I've had a week off work or something and I know I've got to go back in and I'm like, oh, I really don't want to go back. I will watch a film. It's an Adam Sandler one. It's called The Ridiculous Six, and it's like a western, but it's like making fun of all like kind of like western tropes. Now I'm a big fan of westerns, so I really like that. So yeah, I've got a few. Oh, I've just realised I've got to go and get the Jigglypuff to be knocked out. But yes, there you go. I will go with Shawshank Redemption for now. Let me switch back to the chat. Humans never heard of Limitless. Zeke said it was a great movie. Think there was a spin-off series for it. There definitely was. I don't remember what it's on or who's in it, but I do remember that. And V, you'll have to let me know yours. What your favourite movie is. Let me switch back to questions while I'm waiting. Gravy says, who inspires you to start YouTube? Oh, what a great question. Quite a few people, to be fair. When I was younger, I liked watching the Gaming Beaver, who did, who does, he still does quite a lot of stuff. Dinosaur related content, and specifically like Jurassic Park and Jurassic World and stuff like that. He's British, he's from like Newcastle, and yeah, I always enjoyed watching his stuff. He was definitely one. Who else did I really enjoy watching? Somebody called Salt Factory, who more so does like game reviews. So like, rather than, it's not like necessarily like he doesn't play games, but he does a lot of game reviews. J-Rose 11 is a big one. Like I loved watching his Pokemon challenges and things like that. And probably countless more in a sense. Like I've been watching. Like for me, I started watching YouTube as like almost like an entertainment medium back when I mean, what I'm trying to say is when I was around, God, that makes me sound really old. I was around when YouTube was for like Charlie Bit My Finger and like other, you know, like little like viral clips. So I was around for before YouTube became this almost like a replacement or an extension of television where you've got people that you want to watch and you've got like almost like programs to watch. So I really got to see that like rise of the platform and specific people becoming almost like overnight stars where they became. I mean, I'm not saying I necessarily like him all that much nowadays, but like KSI and the Sidemen, and then just other people who, you know, turned it into something totally different from what it was originally intended to be. So yeah, there's probably a ton of people that inspired me, but like off the top of my head, it's like J-Rose, the Gaming Beaver, Salt Factory. Those are like definitely like the big ones. So yeah, very good question, Gravy. Very good question. Let me skip back to the chat. So for V's favourite movie, it's definitely a close call between Blade Runner. Oh, I love Blade Runner, and Dune as well, Part 1 and 2. I'll be honest, I haven't watched Dune, but I love Blade Runner. My father-in-law really loves sci-fi films, and like when I met my wife, he was like he really wanted me to see quite a lot of sci-fi stuff. So we've kind of, in the time that I've like since I've met my wife, me and him have watched a lot of sci-fi, like Alien, Primer. What else have we seen? Blade Runner's definitely one we've seen together. 2001, A Space Odyssey. So yeah, really good choices. So I'm assuming you're into sci-fi as well, if those are your favourites, because those are some real sci-fi movies. Oh, and you love the Gaming Beaver as well. Very nice to meet, you know, a fellow fan of the Gaming Beaver. He's so cool, isn't he? He had a kid recently. Don't know if you saw that. He's a father now. Which is like, for me watching him, it's like, you know, that guy. I remember watching, you know, him make Jurassic Park videos, you know, 7 or 8 years ago. It's nuts. Good shout, human. I haven't saved in a while, so I'll just record one to be safe. You're absolutely a sci-fi fan. Amazing. Yeah, it is. It's great. Great genre. Gravy says, Annoying Orange, couldn't escape it. Yeah, Annoying Orange is definitely a big one. Harry Potter Puppet Pals. Snape, Severus Snape, Dumbledore. All that stuff. That was great. Duck walks up to a lemonade stand and he says to the man running the stand, "Hey, got any grapes?" All that stuff. I think I saw that one, human. I think it's a male. Unfortunately. I've seen a couple now that have been both been males. Let me just make sure. Yeah, it is. It's male. Damn it. I've seen more males over the last couple of hours, I think. Then he waddled away, waddle, 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 till the very next day. Bum, 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 ba-da-da. It's brilliant, isn't it? Brilliant. Right, let me skip back to questions. Human says, does pineapple belong on pizza? Sorry. Wait, what? What? My brain just exploded. Does pizza belong on pineapple? And no, I wrote what I meant. Pizza belongs on pineapple more than pineapple belongs on pizza. That's my stance on that. Peanut Butter Gamer and Pro Jared? I don't know either of those, to be fair. What were they, what was their channels about? Demi says I'm wrong, but Zeke says good answer. It all evens out. Yeah, never been a pineapple on pizza fan. But then again, I'm quite basic when it comes to pizza, you know. Margarita, pepperoni, maybe a meat feast. Oh, that's that same one from before, isn't it? Game reviews, okay. I mean... Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, isn't it? All those... Anybody who kind of got in on the ground floor on those kinds of content ideas, like, they did so well, didn't they? You know, I look back and I think... I never would have done it, but if I could have started YouTube when I was like in my early 20s, things could have been so different. But you know, that's just the way it goes. I don't think I would have been able to do what like KSI did, where it was like he was 15 and was making all of this content. You know, is interesting in the Pokemon world as well. Of like, do you ever remember like Maryland and Sugar Conroy? You know, like these people that you used to watch like all the time in the early days of YouTube for Pokemon. They were so good, so good. Oh, that's a Brilliant Aura female. First one in a while. No dice. Demi's problem is not with people not liking pineapple on pizza, but the fixation around hating it. Yeah, I see what you mean. It's quite an easy target, isn't it? Well, to be fair, Human did ask me. That was not a targeted. I didn't start that one. Oh, there's another Brilliant Aura one. Another female. Still no shiny, but that was quick. V, in your head, you're still in your early 20s. Me too. Me too. It's weird, isn't it? I don't really feel any different than when I was younger. I suppose I am a different person though when I think about it. Oh wow, another Brilliant Aura. They're popping up all over the shop. And now we won't see one for hours. Yeah, I suppose I have changed quite a lot since I was younger, but I don't feel like I have. But then I also do feel like I have. I feel like maybe I've changed in important ways, but not changed in other ways. You know, like, I haven't changed in the sense of I still play games, because I don't really see that as being a maturity thing, but I have changed in the sense of, you know, I'm more mature where it counts. So yeah. Maryland recording his DS screen with a camera. What a legend. He was a legend. He was brilliant. I used to always watch Maryland, to be fair. Like, over anyone else, he was my, like, go-to. Gravy, I am 30. Yes, human is correct. 30 years of age. Only just turned 30, but there you go. YouTuber drama is a really funny thing, isn't it? Like, what? How do you guys ever like think, how does the drama even come around in the first place? Like, I know this is more. I know you guys are talking more about drama where something's been uncovered about someone, but I don't know how. I sometimes wonder how people end up in dramatic situations where, like, they're arguing with another YouTuber about something, and it gets to the point where they, like, I've got to make videos on it because it's so bad. I don't know. It's probably because one of them's really weird, but I would hate for that to ever be something that happened to me. V, you're 29 in January, all catching up to you. Zeke's 34. And Demi is like 30 and a half-ish. It's quite nice that we've got quite a few of us that are like a bit like older. Do you know what I mean? In the sense of, I mean, like, that we're not all, like, 10. Because I feel like, I don't know. I appreciate it because it means that, like, I can talk to you guys and it's like, we've got stuff in common. You know, if we're all, like, around the age of 30, but, like, 25 upwards, you know, 25 to 35, I feel like that's quite a good age group to have a lot in common. So, is that 32 in bird years or human years? That female? No, it's not. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, I would agree. Social media gets mixed up in real life too much. I mean, I don't really have social media other than I have YouTube and I have Instagram, and that's about it. Like, I don't have anything else. Well, WhatsApp, but I wouldn't count WhatsApp as social media. I'd count it as, like, my version of text messaging, because I hate text messaging. Like, I'd rather just use something that's like a social media. So yeah. Well, thanks, human. Yeah, true. I suppose it makes sense though that we would track similar people, which I'm glad about. Because I don't think I could be someone who's like overly dramatic. So yes. Happy for that. Use Instagram for messages, Tumblr for art, and YouTube for TV. Wow, I haven't heard of Tumblr in a while, you know. Well, that's cool. Yeah, I use YouTube for TV and obviously for this. WhatsApp for messages, and then Instagram just for like, I don't really know. Instagram is like a funny one because I like Instagram in the sense of just being able to see people's pictures and stuff. I hate it for comments. Honest to God, I've never... I mean, Twitter might be worse, but people are toxic on Instagram comments, let me tell you. It's like... it's really bad. Really bad. Like, there's not much that can make you lose faith in humanity, like scrolling through Instagram comments. Yep. They're really grim. Really grim. Oh, I need to check the questions again, maybe just to make sure I've not been asked any others. Nope, no others at the minute. All good. I have a question for you guys. Because I can't for the life of me think now. But in Sword and Shield, if I change the... So May 1st is when Combee appears in... May 1st is when normal weather is the condition in the wild area. So that's what I need for Combee to appear the most. But if I move the time closer to nighttime, so say I set it to like 10 PM at night, will the time of day in Sword and Shield change tonight? I feel like it should, but we're getting to 5:20 now, and I'm thinking, oh, it still seems quite... Yeah, I'm thinking to see the aura better. It doesn't really matter right now, but definitely it will. Fab. Okay, I'll do that in a little bit then. Because I don't feel like it's very... Especially because Combee is yellow. It's not really standing out to me all that much, and it might stand out like close up, but definitely not when they're quite far away. So... Oh, does it? Oh, that's rough. The time of day only changes when you beat the game. That's not good. Maybe hang on. Let me just see, because I suppose I can just test it right now and then see if it works or not. So if I do like 10, 10 should be. Oh, it works. Okay, there we go. We're all good. Well, we'll leave it on then. May as well just leave it at this now. I'll just have to remember to keep changing it back so that we don't... the clock doesn't turn over to the next day. It doesn't matter, I can always just put it back, but... just so I don't lose out on spawns. Why? Why does my brain do that? Honestly, this is so fascinating that... Right, I've run away 3 times. That's so weird. This is like a case study in human psychology. Why am I doing this? Just once in a blue moon? That's so weird. So it's... you can't change the time of day for regular routes, but you can change it for the wild area. What a strange decision. That's either like really lazy or just like overly hand-holding. Like, I don't get that at all. Your psychology has everything to do with this. Oh well, at least that works out for us, doesn't it? That's good news. I'll be able to see the brilliant aura a lot better. Yeah, they did. But to be fair, I don't mind them freezing the day for like story events if it makes sense to. But I'm assuming what you guys are saying is like it's constantly locked at daytime. I'm trying to think in Sword and Shield story when I've seen it be nighttime, and I'm not. Nothing's coming up. Maybe in Spikemouth, but I don't... I feel like that might just be the actual vibe of the city. Maybe I'm just remembering wrong. Oh, move, Bunnelby. Yeah, like if it was, I don't know. I think if it makes sense for them to lock the time of day, that's fine. But just not. I don't know. It would have been nice to have a few moments maybe in Sword and Shield where like it was. Oh, there you go. There's a. Oh, it's a male. Damn it. Yeah, I feel like it's. Why have I just? Why, brain? Why? Oh, hiya, Jensen. Galurian Corsola is your 5th hunt now. On 476. Brilliant. Good luck. I'm sure you'll get it soon. Galurian Corsola is a really good one as well. Really good one. What am I doing? Pokédex. Let me just make sure the numbers match again, because I keep doing... Yes, 380. Good. That's not good, Gravy. Hope you're okay. Yeah, that's female. This is weird, this, because it's like, it's easier to see the females in the daytime, I think, but it's easier to see the brilliant aura at nighttime. But that might just be me. A lot of warnings in chat right now. People should really like the stream. I'm not sure what he's up to, by the way, but I really hope Fasten's okay. I've not heard from him in a little while. I might drop him a message. Has anybody heard from him recently? Got ya. As long as he's okay. As long as he's okay, that's good. I'll drop him a message soon. Return of the Fasten 2025. Return of the King. Indeed. Why does my brain do that? That's so weird. I'm sorry to keep saying the same thing over and over. I just can't. I don't understand why I keep doing it. It's... I can't say I have used the ultimate favourite Pokemon picker, no. What is it? Is it like a... Is it like a test where you answer questions and it like generates what your ideal Pokemon or ideal shiny would be? You know, like what colours you like, what designs you prefer and stuff? Oh yeah, horoscopes, but Pokemon, that sounds like it could be similar. You just pick. Oh, right, okay. I thought you were going to say something like, you know, like the Harry Potter house quiz, where like you kind of put in your, maybe your personality details or something, or like your preferences, and then it says to you like, oh, here's, based on what you told us, here's what your favourite Pokemon would be, or here's what your favourite shiny would be. Because that'd be quite cool. Yeah, that sounds really fun. Have a little look now. Oh, that's cool. So you just kind of like... Oh, I love that. Oh, I might have a go at that later. Gravy. Skipper got the Pop Funko Advent Calendar. Oh my god, it's beautiful. I really wanted to get that. Oh, stop it. That's so cool. I'll have to message him back about that later on. Right. I'm sorry to pause, but I am going to have to take a break once again. I'll be right back. Back again. Right, we're nearly there now. Should only be another hour or so, and then we'll have 500. To be fair, we'd be so much closer if I just stopped running away from Combee and... Like, I think I've run away from about 30 of them. We'd be so much closer. Oh, Zach, welcome stream. How are you doing? And thanks, Zeke. Yes, Jensen. Yeah, once we reach 500, I won't be knocking any more out. It'll just be looking for the brilliant aura ones. To be fair, I don't know whether to restart the counter. Like set it back to 0. Either that, or I suppose I could just count on from 500. Like, however, you know, if we get it at 750, then I know it was 250 brilliant aura encounters. But yeah, I suppose that's better. Oh, sorry, human. Oh, and I'm sorry, Zach, as well. Not good. Not good at all. I hope you feel better for Christmas. Suppose you got a few days. So hopefully. But yeah, I'm all good, thanks. All good. Very happy that it's the weekend. I am working next week, but I guarantee that most people will be off. So, should be fairly quiet. My job's not really like one of those, you know, it's not like working in a shop or something where it gets busier towards Christmas. If anything, it kind of just slows down because there's just everybody's off, and you know, that's the nature of an office job, you know what I mean? Everybody's off work. Most people are like, most of the people we work with have like mandatory time off where they're off from now till the new year. So even though I am in, should be okay. So yeah, just looking forward to Christmas now. Making good progress on the teal mask video as well. Finished the script. And this new microphone is brilliant, so whereas videos I've done in the past, I've had to like edit out a lot of the... I've spent so much time on the voiceover because it takes forever to you know, to sort of like edit out all of the problems that come with microphones, you know, like the plosives and being able to hear me breathing or something like that. This one's so good that I think I'm just going to be able to read all 15 pages like in a very short space of time, and then I can just edit away. Let me look at the questions. Any questions? Human's got another one. If chat was a pizza, what would I do? What would I do? Probably seek psychological help, because I would have been talking to food for the last 3 months. Oh, I didn't see Zeke's message then about fainting the males. Yes, I could do. I could faint the males, but to be fair, there's so many. Honestly, the amount of females that appear anyway is so like, there's so many that it's not really like I'm wasting all that much time just looking for the females. And like Humans said, I really don't want to phase and get a shiny male. It's very unlikely. But when you look at Rookidee and Tyrogue, I did find them in less than 500. So there's always that chance, isn't there? And I don't want to risk it. But to be fair, I very much doubt that I'll like need to do it anyway, because like I've said, there's just so many female Combee around. What if I get a shiny but it's not brilliant, Jensen? I'll just take it then. As long as it's a female Combee, I'll just have to accept that that's, you know, I got the luck. I mean, really what I want to do is compare... Oh, there's brilliant. Really what I want to do is compare how effective the Brilliant Aura method is compared to regular random encounters. But if I find it before then, you know, I'll just accept it as really good luck. Food would have been talking back. Would it? Would food talk back? Would a pizza talk to me? Actually, pizzas do talk to me all the time. That's my excuse for why I eat so many of them. I've had so much pizza recently. I really need to stop. It's just too good. There's a meme that I've seen before. It's like, well, it's not so much a meme. It's like a drawing. It's like a panel, almost like a comic panel, a series of them. And it's like the brain talking to all the cells, and it's like the cells are all like tired and they've not got any nutrients, and the brain is going, I have decreed that today's food will be pizza. And all the cells are going, I can't take much more of this. And the brain says back to him something like, you will take your pizza and you will eat it. That is my brain, is the point. Summer, yes, I am actively hunting for a female version. I am, yeah, because a male version would be pointless, wouldn't it? You know, I can't evolve it into Vespiquen. So yeah, going for a female version, which is why we've got the Jigglypuff at the head of the party as like with the cute charm ability, so that we find more and more females compared to males. Oh, there's another Brilliant Aura. No dice. I didn't say that. I didn't say that I would eat the chat if they were a pizza. I just said that pizzas very often call out to me from the freezer. Or from the telephone. From the Just Eat app. But more so the freezer. Here's how my weekly shop goes. Okay, so I go and buy my food for the week or for the next couple of weeks, and I'll get like some fresh stuff, I'll get some frozen stuff, I'll get some ready meals, whatever it is, and I'll be like, right, I'll get a pizza or two, and I'll have those frozen pizzas when I'm coming towards the end of, like, you know, I've eaten all the fresh stuff, I've not really got like much left in, and you know, maybe I'm just kind of like, I've been at work all day and I've not had a chance to eat any dinner, or, you know, I've had a particularly tough day, so I'm gonna have a pizza. And I'll tell you what always happens after the weekly shop. Like, the day after I get the weekly shop, that pizza that I was supposed to be saving for like a week in, I eat it on like the second day. So, yes. Wait, why are the Norwegians most at risk? Oh. Well, I heat it up first, so maybe you would be most at risk if you went on holiday to a hot country. But you're least at risk if you are frozen eternally. Do you know what? Today's gone pretty quick, to be fair. Considering... I don't know. This part's quite monotonous, isn't it? Like, I've just got to knock out Pokemon after Pokemon after Pokemon. There's not really much else I can do. It's gone quite well, really. I think it'll be a lot more exciting when we're just biking around looking for the brilliant aura. Oh, nice, Fee. Human knows all about that. Oh, Zach, that sounds awful. I'm sorry to hear that. I have experienced vertigo before, and it's not nice at all. So I'm really sorry about that. I mean, it's not good that you've still got a massive headache, but at least the vertigo is over. The lighting is making the Combee look white. Yeah, the shiny's like a... kind of like an orange. I mean, that the shiny is what is in the pictures on the overlay. But they just look like sort of... I don't know. I don't think the shiny looks... Well, it does look different, but it could almost just look like a regular Combee in a certain lighting. So I do know what you mean. But I think it is helping this, because, I mean, I still haven't seen many of the Brilliant Aura, but when I do see them, it's a lot more recognisable compared to in the daytime. The daytime I wasn't really seeing the Brilliant Aura very well. Do you know what I'm going to have to remember? When the shiny does appear, I'm going to have to remember not to knock it out. Because I've been in the habit of running away from them. And now I'm getting into the habit of knocking them out. So when the shiny appears, I really need to not knock it out. That would be terrible. Oh, go away, Tyrog. Stop. Oh, hiya, Wolf. Welcome to stream. How are you? Good. I'm glad. Oh, that was a male. I think that's the first time I've encountered a male, actually. Oh, I thought I had one more facade left. Apparently not. Right, for this one, I'm going to use leper berries instead. So I need 68. There's 30. 40. 50, 60, 70. That should cover us. Good shout, yeah, go on. To be fair, do you know what? I don't think I've ever seen Sword and Shield crash. Ever. Like, in my opinion, very, very well performing games. You've had it crash on you once or maybe twice, but in like 1,000 hours, yeah. Yeah. I mean, I can't remember. Maybe I've had like one in the entire time I've played it, but that's talking over a course of like 4 years or something. Like, I can't remember any times it's crashed on me. It's a really good one. In Scarlet or Violet, there's more crashes compared. Yeah, 100%. 100%. Scarlet and Violet definitely crashes more often. I mean, even for me, I don't think I've had Scarlet and Violet crash too often, but there's been times where like it's looked like it's gonna crash and then it kind of stabilizes. But I've definitely had it crash a few times for me. You've only had it crash once in 1,500 hours, but it's by no means stable. There you go. Gravy, it's lagged one time in the 5 years you've owned it. Scarlet or Violet's crashed once or twice. Good point, Zach. I don't know whether that was intentional or not. I feel like probably not, but I can't remember. There may have been an instance where I put a comma there and I thought it looked weird, but then with Vulpix I was like, that number is so big that I'm going to put a comma there because it will like be a little bit too long of a number to read. But I can't remember, to be honest. You've never had a crash either, V? Awesome. Yes, definitely when it freezes, Wolf. Yeah, I've seen it like freeze quite a bit, or like it'll freeze for like a few seconds and then it'll kind of just go completely back to normal. But then, just like you, I'm like, oh, I'm gonna save now because that felt like it was gonna crash. Never had Sword and Shield crash, but you've had Scarlet and Violet crash so much and most of it was online. Yes, I imagine online probably makes it a lot worse performance-wise. Because it's just got an additional thing to consider, hasn't it? Yeah, you've never once fallen through the floor of any buildings or gotten stuck under the map and been forced to reload. I had yesterday when I was hunting for Citodl and Carbink. Sorry, this one was specifically Citodl, but there was an outbreak in the Asado Desert, so I just went there because I was like, well, it was the closest one to me. And there was this really weird one that kept happening where like it wouldn't like put me under the ground or anything like that, but where the desert or the sand was like had like dunes like this, if I stood in a certain spot it would no longer look like sand. It would look like a grid. Almost like the underneath, like what, almost like what's underneath the sand is what I'm trying to say. Like what they've sort of mapped over the top of it. Yeah, that was a bit immersion breaking. Ah, it has crashed twice for you. Happened 2 weeks ago when you was in a union circle with James and you're both in the water. Yes, water is a no-go, isn't it, in Scarlet and Violet? Doing the barbecue in the DLC, every time you got points you had to save because you were crashing every 10 minutes. God. Oh, I agree, V. I agree. I said this in my Scarlet challenge. I said something like they would be the best Pokemon games ever, or they could be the best Pokemon games ever created if they just functioned properly. You know, and that is it, isn't it? Like they're really good games. Music, story, characters, the Pokemon. The region itself, alright, yeah, it's got a bit of an empty world, and I do have a bit of an issue with that, but it's still, you know, it's Paldea's still pretty good, but it's laggy, and it looks terrible at times. So, yeah, there's definite issues with it. Definite issues with it. Yeah, Castle Royale Lake. Anywhere near where a waterfall is? Oh my god. Oops. Totally agree, Wolf, yeah. If you're in the water, especially the ocean, gets really laggy. I agree, V. I agree. Let's hope so. It'll be interesting to see, and I don't think this will happen, but I'd be up for giving it a go. It'll be interesting to see if when we get the Switch 2, if Scarlet and Violet's performance improves on that at all. Because we're going to be able to play it on the next Switch, so whether it's a problem with the game or it's a problem with the console, if I had to guess, it's a problem with the game. Or it's a combination of both. The console isn't strong enough to run it, but the game is also far too ambitious. And yeah. But I don't know. It does, to be fair, Zach, you're spot on. There are times when it looks really bad. But I don't know. I've become. Oh, hang on. Is this female? Is a female brilliant aura? No shiny. I've got very mixed feelings on Scarlet and Violet. Like I don't know. There's a part of me that really, really, really loves them, and there's a part of me that I'm not going to say despises them, but like there's a part of me that just really, really struggles to support a game that performs as poorly as they do. I think on the balance of things, I would say that I do like them. But they're the most polarising Pokemon games I've ever experienced, for sure. When Sword and Shield came out, I had like virtually no problems with them. There was a lot of people who didn't like them, and I wasn't one of them. You know, I really liked them. When Scarlet and Violet came out, I struggled. Yep, the graphics are difficult to get your head around. And do you know what, to be fair, Gravy, that... Now I think about it, I mean, I've got a Generation 1 Switch as well. I haven't got the OLED, I've got the Generation 1 Switch. And I'm not saying it runs brilliantly, but it definitely... I would say it runs better than what I've seen other people's Scarlet and Violets run at. I've seen some people's perform very poorly. So I suppose that checks out for me. Yeah, Scarlet on cartridge. Isn't it Violet? Isn't the order something like Scarlet on cartridge, Violet on cartridge, Scarlet on digital, Violet on digital? I've got both of them on digital, so not great in that sense. It's still pretty buggy. To be fair, do you know what's I've found to be quite odd with Scarlet and Violet is like it's not for me it's never really been buggy. Like I haven't experienced anything like, you know how you said Human Youth fell through the map or something like that. I actually have never had anything like that happen. It's just the lag for me. And it always has been the lag. That's been the problem for me. Oh, that's a male. Welcome back, not ask. You haven't had anything like that happen yet. No, to be fair, yeah, you are right. It could still happen. We're close now. 40 more. Virtually there. I'm a bit 50-50 on this. I'm half really looking forward to searching the Brilliant Aura Combee, and I'm half dreading it in case it's actually they're really not that common. Because up until now, we spent so much time just knocking them out that I'm like, well, I haven't really had a chance to look for the Brilliant Aura ones, but now I'm like, what if they're not super common? Is it going to be really difficult to get to like full odds? I guess we'll see. I suppose it's 1 in 580 Or 105. What? Sorry, 1 in 585. So all I've got to do is find one brilliant aura combi for every like 8 regular combi that I would find. So yeah. Oh god, I was hoping Blueberry would be really cool. And Z, it's going well, thanks. Yeah, it's going well. We're nearly knocked out 500 now, so once we hit 500 I can just look for the brilliant aura ones. This bit has been a little bit tedious, but at least it's not took too long to get to. I mean, it's been like one full stream, virtually, if we count the end of last stream, so not too bad. 1 in 585 odds, you know what I mean? And course gravy, yeah. You can definitely post stuff like that, yeah. Like, that's what it's there for. Hiya, Buck. You gonna come and sit here? Just a second.
Come here. Hello.
Watch the microphone. Oh. No, don't try and get the microphone. He's obsessed with it every time he tries to come and sit on my knee. Yeah, Demi's I think Demi's just lurking at the minute. Had some stuff to do. But he might have had to leave as well. Oh, well that's a shame, because I was really looking forward to the Indigo disc, but I mean, I suppose I'll see what it's like still. It might not be, you know, one man's trash is another man's treasure and all that, but yeah. I'll tell you what I know on the Indigo disc, so you can, you know what to spoil and what not to spoil. So I know that it's in Unova, because I'm sure they said, didn't they? They said that that Briar was a professor from Blueberry, which is in the Unova region originally. I know that we will trash it. I love it. I know, like, I know what it looks like. I know that it's like a sort of like a biome of different. Sorry, it's like different biomes, all under like one roof. What else do I know? Oh. No, Buck, you can't go for the mic. What else do I know? Maybe just the fact that it continues the Teal Mask storyline, because like that was obviously talked about, wasn't it? At the end of the Teal Mask. So I know that like characters from that are going to reappear. But that's about it. Let me just check the Pokédex and make sure that I've got the right number here. Oh yeah, 473. Brilliant. I must have miscalculated when I used the leopard berries. So we definitely didn't need as much PP as I've given, I don't think. Oh no, we did. Never mind. We did. Cool. I wonder if Maeve's going to make it to level 40. So close now. What are you hunting, Chuckling, Zach? Oh, in shield. Oh, nice. Wolf, you trying to get a shiny Earthworm? Very cool. I can't remember what shiny Earthworm looks like now, to be fair. Is it like, what's it look like? What colours is it? Is it just like silver all over? Oh, it's blue. Oh, nice. That's cool. I like the sound of that. Yeah, I can't say I've ever seen it, you know. Now I'm thinking about it. I think maybe it's going to make it to level 40. Just. I mean, from level 37 to level 40 on level 7 to 10 Combee kind of shows how long we've been here. Can you imagine if Matt did like a level 100 gauntlet from something like this? Crazy. Didn't mean that. To be fair, Z, I kind of get where you're coming from with that. I remember seeing Earthworm and thinking it looked not very Pokemon-like. But I feel like we've had a few designs over the last so many years of Pokemon where there's quite a few that stand out to me as being a little bit like that. I couldn't tell you them off the top of my head, but I know that I've seen Pokemon definitely in more recent generations where I've gone, that doesn't look like it's a Pokemon. You know, it looks like something different. You really want my opinion on the building bug? Let me load up Discord and have a little look then. I've got to assume that's the first clip. Oh wow, that is... That's a weird one, isn't it? It looks like you know on old TVs when like you got to a channel that wasn't tuned in. And it was just like that black and white static. That was really weird. I'll have a look at the other one as well. Oops. Oops. Oh, was that the night turn into day? I've definitely had that before. Definitely had that before. Is the Brilliant Bee a male? I can't see a brilliant one. Oh, there it is. No, it's female. But no shiny. Are there any Pokemon where I forget what generation it's from? Yes, 100%. I think I've said this before, but I always think that, well, I always used to think that Slugma and Macargo were from Gen 3, but they're not, they're from Gen 2. Those two, definitely. Not so much any others, now. But yeah, definitely them. Oh, it was daytime and it turned dark, sorry. I've definitely had that happen to me though, where the time of day changes, like, you can see it happening. Because I remember, I think that happened to me the other day actually, because I remember thinking, that feels like something I wasn't supposed to see. But I didn't mind that one as much, because it was interesting, as opposed to being like glitchy. I just kind of was like, oh. Ham, welcome to stream. I'm all good, thank you. How are you? The shiny hunting is progressing nicely. Not sure if we'll find Combee today, but definitely we've set ourselves up well to find it. For you, Z, it's Budu. Keep forgetting that it's just Roselia in Gen 3. Yeah, I get that. And Zeke used to get confused with Sneasel and Weavile Because you could have sworn Weavile was Gen 2, not Gen 4. Yeah. Yeah, because they introduced a lot of evolutions in Gen 4, didn't they? And to be fair as well, I think one thing with Sneasel is that it is another Pokemon in Johto that's not really available until a lot later into the game. I don't know what they were thinking with a lot of the Johto Pokemon, but Larvitar, Slugma, Sneasel, Houndour, Murkrow are all Pokemon that are like in that generation, but you couldn't just find for some reason. Like in your travels, you had to like find them in Kanto or like later in the game. I think Gligar was only available like towards Blackthorn City, but it was in that weird route that was towards the bottom of Blackthorn City where you would go back towards your hometown. So you weren't necessarily likely to find it. Odd. Just a really odd generation. And I really like Generation 2. Like, that was my first experience in Pokemon. But I don't understand a lot of the decisions they made with stuff like that. You're with me on Macargo, you swore they were Gen 3. Yeah, they would as well, because in Gen 3 you can find them in the Fiery Path, which is like, which seems like a place where they would be, it would be like an exclusive spawn point for them in Hoenn. So I always just assumed that they were. I can't tell you how many times I replayed Gold, Silver, Crystal. Never ever saw a Slugma. Ever. Weird. Oh yeah, you're right, Zeke, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of Pokemon in there that were ruined by until the physical special split. In X and Y you couldn't find Noibat until Victory Road. Yeah, it was either Victory Road or it was that, you know, the cave where Zygarde spawns. But even that's really late on. For you as well, Girafarig, you thought that was Gen 4. I can understand why, to be fair, because it spawns in quite a bit near Lake Valor. I think Girafarig in Johto, if I remember right, spawns in towards the Lake of Rage. But like again, it's, you know, it's one of those places that you blink and you miss it. I think there's a lot of Pokemon like that. You thought Skarmory was Gen 3 for years. Definitely very fair as well, yeah. And Winona had one as well, didn't she? She had a Skarmory. And you could find them on the name... What's the town before Meteor Falls? Is it... Oh my god, what's it called? Is it Falaba Town? Falaba Town? I'm not sure. But you could find it around there. The route where you could find Spinder and everything was dusty. You could collect dust from the grass. Yep, Falaba. There you go. And yeah, oh, there's a Brilliant Aura. Female. Not shiny. Yes, I would have evolved Maeve, but her ability will make things take a lot longer. I've specifically changed her ability so that because we previously had it as like Unnerve, which pops up at the start of every battle. So yeah. There's number 500. I will check the Pokédex after this to see if we have definitely hit the target, but I think we have. And that means now that any brilliant aura Pokemon we see will appear with a shiny rate of 1 in 585, which is fantastic. There you go, 500. It's there in black and white. There's no way that we have not got the lowest shiny odds possible for this now. So, now I get to start on my actual shiny hunt, which is to search around for the brilliant aura Pokemon. Let's save. And, yeah. The good thing about this now is I can pretty much just ride around anywhere. There's quite a few places that spawn Combee in this area. So I don't have to necessarily just stick to here. The trouble obviously is that the brilliant aura appears at like a 2 or 3% rate. So it's not going to be maybe all that straightforward. Oh, there's one. Is it a female? It's not, it's male. Annoying. But at least that was a nice start. That was quick. Maybe if I just keep riding around this one, that might be a good idea. Because I can see them all quite easily. I feel like this is actually going to take quite a bit of concentration. More than what I thought. But anyway, let me... Oh, there's a brilliant aura. Hey, first female one. No shiny. I did remember saving my own. Why not give Corvuscry and Everstone? Because I'm not going to knock any more out now. And they were only giving, like, minimal XP anyway. They were only level 7 to 10. So it was like... It's one of those where I thought there's no point, really. Yeah. Well... To be fair, I think I'd be fine, but I will add Charlotte just to... Yes, I'll add Charlotte just for Thunderwave. In fact, I may as well add all of them, you're right. I may as well just add all of them. But to be fair, I don't think it'll be a big deal. I really think that we'll catch it like in our first Premier Ball. Because it's a level 7 or 10 Combee. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to be... I don't think it's going to be stubborn, really. But yeah, just to be safe. I think you worry a lot more than I do about what will happen when the shiny appears. For me, I'm just like, listen, it's such a low level, it'll be fine. But just in case. There was one more question I was going to ask, wasn't there? So how do you get the odds down in this game? So, specifically with this one, what you've got to do is... Oops, that was not what I wanted to click. What you want to do, Slim, is catch or battle 500 of a species. It doesn't have to be 500, but that gives you the best shiny odds. So, basically, if you knock out one Pokemon, you get 1 in 2048. If you knock out 50, it drops to 1 in 1365. If you knock out 100, it's 1 in 1024. 200 is 1 in 819. 300 is 1 in 683. And 500 is 1 in 585. However, that doesn't apply to every single Pokemon that spawns in. It only applies to the Brilliant Aura Pokemon, and they are the ones that we've got to look for. They're not as... Obviously, they're a lot more rare than the regular spawns, but there's one you can see. You can see the little yellow kind of aura emanating from it. They will have the boosted odds of 1 in... So this one will be 1 in 585, but every other one you can see here will be 1 in 4096. Obviously no shiny, but that's the general idea. So yeah, that's pretty much it. They come with egg moves, which isn't really useful for me in this instance because Combee can't learn any egg moves, but they do come with egg moves. They come with better IVs than your standard Pokemon will. So I think they have like a guaranteed, at least 2 guaranteed IVs, which is pretty good. Sorry, at least 2 guaranteed best IVs is what I should say. And yeah, the way that we're getting Combee to appear, you might already know this, but the way that we're getting Combee to appear more as a female is by having a Pokemon with cute charm at the head of the party. And we need that Pokemon to be male so that we find more females. So yeah, it's pretty straightforward, but it's like it's a really cool one because I feel like you can't do this in a lot of other games. Like this is a really good way of finding a shiny female Combee, I think. Oh, there's another one. Another female. Oh, I missed it. Marigold, welcome to stream. How are you? Nice sack. Very good idea. Very good idea to... Oh, there's another one. Is that male or is that... No, that's also female. Oh, this isn't too bad. I know we've only had 4. But when you think of what the shiny odds are, this is okay. This is the risk. It's so, this is a good place to find them, because there's so many on screen at one time, but I'm also going to run the risk of running into other things. I mean, I suppose it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to phase on something, because it would be full odds, but, like, I want the Combee. I'm going to have to just not port. I feel like I'm not going fast enough. Good, I'm glad you're doing alright. Oh, I've just done it again. What is my problem? I'll just try, maybe I'll have to go around the outside instead. Run the outside, run the outside. Good question, Zeke. How do I determine what shiny I'm going to hunt next? Well, it's not so much it depends what game it's in. If it's in a game like this, where it's like full odds and I've got to like really plan things out, then yeah, I try and plan it out. And I will do it pretty much by loading up Cerebi and just looking at what Pokemon are in the Pokedex and seeing at what point in the game I could get them, and how feasible they are. But to be honest, I even messed that up. I mean, there's been quite a few times where I've said, oh, I want to look for this, and then I've not been able to because I've realised that actually it's a Pokemon that is unobtainable at this point in the game, or something like that. Or I've just changed my mind. So, yeah. It's usually planned when it's a game like this or BDSP. If it's something like Arceus or Scarlet and Violet or Let's Go. No, actually not Let's Go. If it's like Legends Arceus or Violet, Scarlet and Violet, sorry. I probably plan a little bit less because I feel like the nature of those games is you can run into any Pokemon at any time. So I have a rough plan, but it's just not quite as well thought out. I mean, how do you guys do it? Do you when you do these sort of like ones which like off stream and for your own sort of enjoyment, do you plan them out or not so much? Wow, these feel quite rare, you know. I don't know, I was thinking that they're not too bad, but I feel like they're... maybe a little bit more rare than what I thought. Oh well, we're in it now. This is happening. No probs at all, human. Enjoy the raid. Slim, you try to plan out your team. Human goes by. Oh, what you need for your living shiny decks? That's a good idea. Nice, Marigold. You got a shiny Skitty and Oras over the weekend. You've got a plan that you execute to prepare, but after you just kind of go in and do it. That's a good idea, Zeke. Do your first playthrough as normal, then you do a badge quest with any shiny you found. Electric type shiny only run, and now your latest has been never use Pokemon. Yeah, that was a really good idea. Same here, Slim. There's definitely times where I'm like, oh, I want that. Oh, no, I can't have that. I don't know. I understand why they lock certain Pokemon to certain areas and things like that, but like I've particularly found in Sword and Shield a bit of frustration around the hang on, let me just, I need to put the time back. I need to remember. That'll do. Yeah, I've found a certain frustration with like how restrictive it can be. There's certain Pokemon that I've really wanted to hunt, but the game's been like, no, you can't have them. You can have them later, but you can't have them right now. Particularly like Surf, I feel like you only get Surf quite late in this game. Usually it's like after your 4th badge, so like I would be getting it now, but it's in Sword and Shield it's only after the 6th badge, I think. On your way to the 7th badge, like I think that's quite late for Surf. And it locks out quite a few encounters, but also quite a few areas. Like if I wanted to hunt for Combee in the Isle of Armor, there would have been a much better place on this like place called Honeycomb Island. No shiny. But I can't reach it because I don't have Surf. So Nice, you're currently growing leper berries, Nora, so you don't have to keep breaking the chain. Yes, yeah. That's a big one, isn't it? That can be a pain to get around. I wonder if maybe a better idea is just me to just ride around in a circle here until... Oh, there's one. Oh, no, it... Oh, there we go. I was going to say I lost it. Totally agree, Marigold. Yeah, for one of the few games that was advertised as sort of being an open world, it's very linear, isn't it? Very linear. Oh, there's another one. Also female. It's weird, I feel like I don't see one for ages and then, like, they just appear quite frequently, all of a sudden. Oh, another one! Oh, but it's male. No thank you, I'm not risking that. Oh, I think this might be the spot. I can see them all really easily. Get a decent amount of them spawning in. All I've got to do is just head off here where there's no strong spawn available. Come back. None. Go back over here, come back again. Yeah, this is the spot. I'm going to do it here. Where's a good spawn for Nikki? Ooh, can't say that I know, to be fair. Oh yeah, near the professor's house, that is a good shout. I think there is quite a few around there. Now you say it. Oh, there's another one. Is that a female? It is. Oh, another shout for it. Wild area down in the yellow grass. Oh. It's funny this, it kind of reminds me of hunting in Scarlet and Violet, because it's like... It's literally just like just out of view to reset the spawns. Wait for the one you need to appear. Check if it's a shiny. You know? I think no, I think Marigold isn't Route 1. You're talking about Route 2, aren't you? Route 2 is the one that's near to the professor's house. Route 1 is the one right after the starting where your house is, like in Postwick. But Route 2 is after Wedgehurst, which is the lead up to the professor's house. So if you were looking on Route 2, I think that one would be alright. What's my favourite game ever? Very good question. It is either Star Wars Battlefront 2 from 2005. It was a great game. Or it is Red Dead Redemption 2. Both very, very good. What would you say your favourite game ever is, Ham? Sorry, by the way, if anybody's asked me any questions, I don't think I've looked in the questions section. Human asked, if I could only play one game for the rest of my life, what would it be? Ooh, that's cruel, that. This is tough because I love story games, but I don't think I would play one story game for the rest of my life because I think it would obviously get boring. I'd have to play a game that I just loved to play casually. And I don't think I could even pick a Pokemon game for this, because I don't think they fall under that, like, casual kind of, you know, casual genre, I guess. I'm gonna say, and you might all be surprised at this, but I'm gonna say probably Rocket League. As much as it can be, you know, just like a generic little game, it's one of those games that I enjoy playing, and I think if I had to just play something for the rest of my life, it would need to be something that was fun to play, but also was like super casual, where I could just like, you know, I know I wouldn't get bored of it because it would just be something very simple. So I'll go with Rocket League. Good question though, Human. Ham's favourite game is probably Plants vs Zombies Garden Warfare 2. Cool. Very cool. I've never played Plants vs Zombies, but I kind of know what it is like about. I think it's like a kind of like a strategy game, isn't it? Marigold's been obsessed with Muramasa the Demon Blade. Awesome. For the Wii as well. That's so cool. Don't hear the Wii mentioned much anymore, but it was that was so much fun. I reckon Wii Sports is a good shout for a game that you could just play for the rest of your life. Because it's so, again, it's just so simple, you know, but really fun. Oh yeah, I do remember the Wii you bought, yeah. Oh, that's so cool. I've been playing childhood favourites again. Oh, the Wii, I tell you what, the Wii is a good one to get, like, loads of games for. In an instance like what you have, because as long as you've got like the accessories and stuff, like there's just so much potential there, isn't there, to like have fun. Oh, is the Wii considered retro? I reckon it's I think maybe it's bordering on retro, because I would say that the GameCube probably is considered a retro, but I don't think the Wii is quite there. It's not. I don't think it's far off. I reckon like, you know, another 5 or 10 years, and it will be. But I reckon it survives just for now. For me. Do you not? Oh, there's another one. Female again, very nice. No shiny though. Oh, that's really cool, that Marigold. They put everything on it. It's fantastic. I don't know, me, because I think it's I mean, listen, obviously it's an opinion, so you know, everyone is entitled to their own. But for me, the GameCube is like, sorry, the word retro, I feel like maybe we all think of things like Space Invaders and Pac-Man, but I don't necessarily think that that's... I think they were retro when we were young. I think now that we've gotten a bit older, I think there's a lot of people who have never ever used a GameCube and don't really know what it was or what it was like. So I would put it under like... I would put it under that. I think as well, a Wii, I know I could quite comfortably go to somewhere like CEX or wherever and get a Nintendo Wii. I think if I went to go and get a GameCube, it would be really expensive. Like really, really expensive. So retro isn't actually a specific age, but no, well, I know it's not like an age necessarily, but like that's what I mean. The design and the like the controller and stuff. Like they'll sell like GameCube style controllers now for the Switch, which I think is like almost like Nintendo saying like, look at this. Do you remember this? I don't know. For me, it's like a feeling, and I kind of feel... I think the Wii is just bordering, but GameCube definitely for me. When I think about Colosseum and like Gale of Darkness and things like that. It's fun though. I like seeing people's definitions of retro as well, because I think it is probably quite different for different people. Particularly for I don't know. I'm not saying necessarily that retro depends on whether people who are younger now understand it, but like, because otherwise there's loads of stuff that we would have to call retro, because people would be like, what's a PlayStation 2? But I don't know, I feel like to a certain degree, if you asked like a lot of people who are like in the teens now, do they know what a GameCube is, or have they ever played on one, have they ever like experienced it, I bet a lot of them would be like, what's a GameCube? What was that? Another one. I do think that this is going quite slowly. I reckon we've been at this now just brilliant aura hunting for about half an hour, and we've found 14. So... this might take longer than what I thought, than what I originally thought. Good question though. The retro question. And I do want to add to it in a second, but I also want to acknowledge the chat. So yeah, Demi, definitely. You could get, I reckon you could get a lot for them. I remember I searched it because I wanted to buy them to maybe stream. Is that a... yeah, that's a female. Come on. Yeah, I wanted to buy them and they were like... I think Gale of Darkness was going for about £250 to £300, something like that. I was flabbergasted. It was going for more than the GameCube. Colosseum wasn't too bad. But yeah. Wild. You're seeing 200. To be fair, maybe I've misremembered because I remember it was a while ago now. I had a look at them, but it was quite a lot. Although I wonder if there's like a chance where it might be cheaper in other countries or something. I don't know. Yeah, I think you're right. The GameCube, I seem to remember being a little bit like it didn't take off massively, which is quite odd, isn't it? I wonder why that was. There's probably like deeper reasons for it, but like, there's probably a whole host of reasons why it didn't take off. But it is strange. Here's a question for you all. Now, I don't know whether or not you guys had this the same, because obviously UK, America, different, you know, country, different childhoods, etc, etc. But in the UK, one of the things that we used to like... oh, go away, Tyrogue. One of the things we used to have a lot of is... so I would go away when I was younger with my parents on like caravan holidays where we'd stay in a caravan, which is basically like a trailer. Oh, another female, there we go. And when we'd go away to these caravan sites, a lot of the time they would have a sort of like entertainment complex where they would like... they'd have like kids clubs and the parents could like sit and have a drink in the evening and, you know, all that stuff. But a lot of them would have arcades, like, you know, old arcade games. You know, you might see Space Invaders, but like it was mainly things like, do you remember House of the Dead? Or Time Crisis? Or oh my god, they had a Jurassic Park The Lost World one that was so good. And they were these like giant sort of arcade machines that you would sit in. You would either sit inside them and like they would give you like a physical sort of like gun or something to use, or you would just stand and you'd face the screen and you'd use the gun or whatever it was. Would you guys consider them to be retro? Or would you say that they're not? Oh, there's another one. You played them back then, Zeke. They were so cool. So cool. I have very fond memories of being like a 7-year-old with one of those like physical like shotgun props on House of the Dead. And you'd have to shoot off screen to reload. Crazy. And I remember everybody would like crowd around the arcade games like they'd crowd around the machines in the arcade and watch people like try and beat the game. As a kid, there would usually be, you know, like an adult or an older teenager who would be like really good at it, and you'd just be sitting there and all like, oh my god, he's actually beating the game. I only ever get past the first level. But I always wasted all my holiday money on them. I do want to go back to Marigold's comments though. The mentality around games at the time was very hardware based. It wasn't juiced up enough for most players at the time. So they went with PlayStation, which is why the PS2 boom was so impactful. So it was just that they didn't do a good enough job with the GameCube then. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh, there's another one. Yeah, you are right. DVD players used to be a bit more expensive, didn't they? Whereas, like, yeah, you could just chuck it on your PlayStation. I think you're spot on. Ham, good question. Do I have any hobbies? Well, I would say that this really is my main hobby, like YouTube. Like, it's what I spend the most time on, because it's just, it's what I love doing. You know, I don't do this for work. I have like a job, so this is my like way of de-stressing and giving me a bit of a creative outlet, so to speak. So yeah, I said this is really my hobby. But I've got a little dog that, oh, me and my wife love taking on walks. We love going to restaurants, and I love going getting a beer. So just general stuff really. But I would say that YouTube is really my, like, my hobby, my passion. What about you? Yeah, good point, to be fair. An ever-changing world, and then it kinda hasn't really changed since Blu-ray. Although I don't really know all that much about stuff like that. Not very knowledgeable on it. Oh no, Ham! No. I'd be very surprised if I was ever recognised in public, because I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm a big creator at all. A very small scale. I mean, don't get me wrong, my videos have got like a decent amount of views and stuff, but I don't think I don't think anybody'd ever spot me. And I doubt that will ever be the case, to be fair. I'd be very surprised if someone did. Oh, I don't know, Marigold, it sounds like you might know quite a lot. I don't know anything, I just go off of, like, personal experience a lot of the time. I feel like Demi probably knows quite a bit, because you worked in, like a game store as well, didn't you? Would I ever want to be a person who gets recognised often? I don't think so. I mean, it would be... I suppose it would be the ultimate compliment in a sense, because people would like my stuff enough to like recognise me, but I think... I don't know. People can be... People can be too... what's the word? Too... comfortable with people they don't really know. Do you know what I mean? Like, I've heard stories from people who... Now, don't get me wrong, I have never been a big fan of, like, Ali A. But I've heard stories from him about, like, how people found out where he lived and, like, were coming to his house and stuff like that, and I just think, like, oh, no. I wouldn't like that. So... But, you know, I wouldn't mind being recognised, like, out in public or something, because I'd be like, that would be nice, I suppose. But I don't think it'll ever happen anyway, so thankfully, I've got nothing to worry about or anything like that, because I don't think I will ever get to a point where people know who I am, if that makes sense. I think I'll probably just have, like, you know, a little channel like I've got now. And that'll be it. I can't see my channel taking off, like, any more than it has done. But I'll tell you what I would like, if I could. I would really like to get to 100,000 subs. Just so I could say... Just so I could get the YouTube button, you know, the little play button. I could get one of those and be like, I did it. That was always my goal. When I started my channel, was like, I would love to have one of those. Just so I could look back on it and be like, I did it. I wanted to do YouTube. I set out to do it. And I got, you know, a decent amount of, like, support and stuff. Yeah, you're spot on, Marigold. Yeah, Blu-ray, I suppose, is in itself is sort of obsolete if you think about it because of the approach to digital media. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why we've not seen like any succession from Blu-ray as well, because people have kind of realised that there's no point because of the sort of like because of streaming and all those kinds of things. Maybe development. Maybe they knew that was coming, and development on like anything more than Blu-ray kind of stopped because it was like, well, it's not worth it. I don't know. Oh, totally agree. The risks of fame outweigh the reward. Yeah. But I think like YouTube fame is different as well, isn't it? It's not like real fame. Like it is, but it's not. It'll be interesting to see how YouTube fame changes over like the course of our lifetimes, whether it becomes like something that is basically akin to actual fame. I don't know. I feel like it already has gone down that sort of route. You know, you think when we were younger, like Hollywood and all that kind of stuff. And don't get me wrong, I know that Hollywood and cinema and TV and all that stuff is still very much like true fame. But people do use streaming as a medium now that's on par with like TV. I actually saw a stat from YouTube the other day that said, sorry, it wasn't from YouTube, it was from some guy on YouTube who said that YouTube have reported their like 2024 statistics and they're like well up all across the board. YouTube isn't just a risk to the way of TV, it's becoming TV, basically. People are watching it as much as, if not more than TV, on average. And that's really interesting. It's just getting bigger and bigger, so I guess we'll see. Thanks, Marigold. That's lovely. Well, I would hope so. I'd like to, like I said, I'd like to get 100,000 subs. That's my goal. To be fair, the algorithm's been quite kind to me in some senses. Like, I mean, I never thought I would get the views that I've gotten. It seems that maybe people don't subscribe to me all that often compared to other people. I think that's one thing that holds me back, and I think also my upload schedule, because of the nature of what I'm doing, I just don't get time to put a video out like every month. It's like once every 3 to 5 months, which sucks, but yeah, maybe as I get more videos out, maybe things will change. Oh, target acquired. Come on, don't. There we go. Oh, Wolf, have you got like quite a good following on TikTok? That's cool. Oh, good question, Zeke. Have you ever had people in my life that didn't support the YouTube goal? Do you know what? I don't think I have. No, I can't say that anybody hasn't. I spent a good bit of money back when I was living with my parents to get all my stuff. And I had an old channel that didn't do very well, but my parents were never particularly like, oh, like, you know, why are you doing that? And my wife is the best, like, literally would... I know 100%, right, if I wanted to, I could quit my job tomorrow to do this, to give this, like, a proper try, and my wife would support me. So, I am very lucky in that instance, that my wife is very, very, very supportive. And I have friends that are pretty, like, are pretty flabbergasted at, like, the views that I've gotten and stuff like that. because there's not really many people that we know of, like, in person who've done well on something like this, so that's pretty nice. I quite like that. That's quite cool, and I'm very, very happy with the people in my life. Like, particularly as well, like, I've said my wife's really supportive, but also my parents, like, for my birthday, they got me, hang on, let me, show you this. They got me this, which is basically like a canvas of my channel art to, like, hang on the wall. I haven't hung it up yet because I'm waiting until we move house so I can put it behind me. But you know what I mean? It's so nice. So yes, very, very lucky person. Very, very lucky person. And yeah, I suppose I've never really thought, well, I mean, I have thought about it. I know I'm very lucky. But I suppose I've never really thought there are probably people out there who don't get supported at all. Like, there's probably people who are like, why are you doing that? But yeah, very, very happy with her. The emoji would be great right about now. So good question, Zeke. Very good question. Let me just check, because I waffled on for a while then, so I don't want to miss anything else. Is there... Malcolm, welcome to stream, dude. Is there a reason I'm not running into every encounter? It's because I'm looking for the brilliant aura ones. So if you'll see in a second, all of these Pokemon that are spawning, none of them have the brilliant aura. So I go away, let them respawn, go back again. Oh, there's one. Can you see the little yellow sort of mist that's coming off of it? And it's a female Combee. And that's because, now that I've knocked out 500 of them, they have way better shiny odds. They are 1 in 585. So, you know. Really good. Oh, awesome, Marigold. Well, I'm glad to hear that your recent ones hit more people. That's always a good feeling. Like, when you release something and it just takes off. I think I've said this to you before, but I had a channel before this one that didn't do very well. I put a lot of effort into it, but I don't think... I basically used it to learn how to video edit and record and make thumbnails and stuff like that. But I did put a lot of time into it. Like, it was something that I worked on over like a year or two. And it didn't do all that well. And then I made this channel because I wanted to get away from a specific type of content and kind of just like make whatever I wanted. But then Pokemon came along. But I love Pokemon, so it's alright. And yeah, the Let's Go Shiny Only run got like 100,000 views in a week, and I was like, oh my god, it's happening. It's happening. Like, and at that point, I'd been making videos for like 2 years, so that was a big boost. So I know how you feel when something like takes off. It's awesome. And thanks, Zeke. Yeah, she is. My wife is just... she's just awesome. Just awesome. Oh, there's another one. Oh, it's male. Thank God it's not shiny. Not going to count that one. Really shouldn't take 10,000 plus this time. No, it shouldn't. It better not do. 10,000 plus this time would... ugh, no way. We found 31 in like the last hour. So... hopefully not. Hopefully not. YouTube is a lot of luck and taking advantage of current popular genres, and then still mostly a lot of luck. Yeah, I would agree. To be fair, I have said this before. I think that I did get quite lucky, with my stuff. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm quite happy with what I make, but I 100% know of other people who make just as good as, if not better, stuff than me, and don't get the views for it. And I think that's sad, because, yeah, you know. Yeah, I get that, Marigold. Well, I think I was sort of similar with my old one. It was basically like a Jurassic Park channel, a dinosaur one. And I really enjoy. Well, I love Jurassic Park. I still enjoy all that stuff. But I wanted to switch things up, and I thought, well, if I switch things up on this one, it's just gonna look weird. So I better just make a fresh one. Oh, Zeke looking to do a Scarlet playthrough again, wondering what shiny challenge to do. Oh, that's a good shout, Zach. An area lock. We have to find a shiny for every area to progress. And yeah, Wolf, yeah. I do, yeah. Well, I've got more videos than that, but those are the big ones. BDSP, I think, is at like 265. Scarlet's at 65, but to be fair, that one's so long that it's still pretty good that people have watched it that many times. So yeah, and I'm hoping that the Teal Mask and this run and Indigo Disc will all do well, but we shall see. Still got a while to go on this one. Yes, Marigold, I have heard of that channel. Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I haven't watched many like videos from it, but I 100% have seen it. 100%. Area lock, yeah, area lock's pretty cool. I feel like I'm not very good at thinking of. I mean, I should be, because that would be, content-wise, this is what I have to do. I have to think of these things, but I can't think of like themed runs. No, at least not now, because my brain's trying to concentrate on this. But I definitely will. I'll try and have a think for you if I can focus up. Oh, you could do like a household items run, or like an object run, where like you only use Pokemon that are like that are objects, like Sinistee, or Rotom, but in one of its like forms, Klefki. What else is there? Other Pokemon that are kind of like inanimate objects. Oh, sorry, modelled on inanimate objects. Oh, good question, Ham. What's my favourite Jurassic Park movie? I think the original is the best. You know, that's my favourite because it's just so good. But I might surprise you with this one. I like, as a secondary, Jurassic World, the first Jurassic World. I actually think that's a really good film. Not a lot of people tend to agree with me on that one, but I do really like Jurassic World. Oh, nice, Malcolm. You found my videos after watching a Johnstone video. Lovely. Well, thanks so much. I really appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoyed it. And that's really cool as well to know that YouTube recommended mine after a Johnstone video. Like, John's brilliant, isn't he? He's a great creator. So to even have mine like recommended after that is crazy. But super cool. Yeah, me too. I love bug types as well. So much fun, and there's I think there's actually quite a lot of like difference between like bug types as well. Like there's quite a lot of variety. Makes them quite fun ones to use. They're a mix of like quite weak or quite strong, and I think that's a really fun team composition as well. Shiny Butterfree is so pretty. I love Shiny Butterfree. If I hadn't caught one in Let's Go Pikachu, I probably would have gone for one in Shield. But as it stands, I'm trying to use, you know, different ones. Oh, totally agree. Totally agree. Jurassic World I enjoy. Fallen Kingdom is meh. The only thing with Fallen Kingdom is I kind of gave it a pass because I thought, well, it's setting up the last film. So as much as it's not great, at least it's just trying to bridge the gap between that and the last film. But Dominion, terrible. Dominion is not a good film. Like, at all. It's really, really bad. And I was really excited for Dominion as well. Like, I remember I went and watched Fast and Furious 9, and I don't watch Fast and Furious, but I took my wife to go and see Fast and Furious 9 because she likes Fast and Furious, but also because I knew that there was a Jurassic World promo like before the film. It was like a 10-minute, not a 10-minute, maybe like a 5-minute promo where like you could see what was going to happen in Dominion, and I was really excited for it, and then I went and watched it, and I was like, I hated it. I get that, Wolf. Yeah, you prefer. You're more familiar with the Jurassic World like series. Totally agree. Totally get you. I mean, to be fair, Jurassic Park is obviously, it feels very different to Jurassic World, but I do think overall the Jurassic Park series runs out as the better one, with particularly with like the animatronics and things like that. Like it does a really good job of making everything feel real still. I don't think the CGI is necessarily bad in Jurassic World, but I think Jurassic Park will ultimately age better because it's, you know, it's got that physical quality to it. Nice, Zach. Well, that's good. Whatever way, in whichever way you have watched one of my videos, I'm very grateful. Very grateful. Oh, there's another one there. Found a few recently. 38. So that means we found about 38-ish in about an hour, maybe just over an hour. Not great, but I think at least it means tomorrow we should reach, like, what, half odds over the course of the entire stream. I mean, it's not great, but it's... the odds are so low that we've got a really good chance, haven't we? So, just got to keep at it. Oh, that's cool, Marigold. As to why you like... why you like keep coming back to Pokemon. I don't know what about it pulls me in so much. I think maybe a part of it is just that it's such a, like... I am a person who loves escapism. You know? And I feel like Pokemon is like the ultimate, like, kind of nice form of escapism. Like, it's all very positive and light-hearted and carefree. So, I'm sure a therapist would have a field day with that, but but that would be my take on why I come back to it so much. Best shiny bug type, great question. I think... let me think of my favourite shiny bug type. Mine might be Butterfree. It might be. I mean, there are some great ones, but yeah. Oh. Yeah, I'm going to say Butterfree. Oh, Scolopede's a really good shout. Isn't CGI always laughably bad in 3 years, no matter what it is anyway, unless it's done perfectly? True. Very good point, and that's why I prefer the animatronics, because it just, you know, it's so much better. It makes everything feel so much more real, and especially when they combine it with things like, you know, heavy rain and it being at night time and things like that. Like the T-Rex scene in Jurassic Park when it breaks out of the pen and starts playing with the Ford Explorers is always going to look amazing. That will never look old, ever. It just won't, because it's perfect. CGI, on the other hand, will, like Blue in Jurassic World, is at some point not going to look great. So, what do I think will change in the upcoming Jurassic Park movie? Yeah, good question. Rebirth's on the way, isn't it? It's a very interesting film, that. The fact that they've got, like, Scarlett Johansson. Really weird. Do I think... yeah, because of all the backlash with Dominion, do I think anything will change? I don't know. I've heard... I don't want to spoil it for you. I haven't heard spoilers, but I've heard, like, a synopsis of what the film is about and things like that. And it sounds... I think it sounds like they will change things, personally. Yeah. Whether that'll be for the best or not, I don't know. I feel like, as much as I'm looking forward to another Jurassic Park film, or another Jurassic World film, or whatever it is... I think it's Jurassic World, actually, now I think about it. It's... and I hate to say this, because I'm usually not like this. When it comes to a franchise, I usually think, no, you know, as long as they can make a good story, it should carry on. But I do think Jurassic World and Jurassic Park have had the day in in the sun. You know, it's the films that worked because of the scenario that they were in. You know, humans trapped on an island with dinosaurs that gonna escape. Lots of deep philosophical questions and things like that. It doesn't really work when you take them off the island, I think. It's more just like... it loses all that deep sort of philosophical questioning and the themes and things like that, and it becomes more like, oh look, something's happening. And that's all it is, it's just something's happening. You know, there's no like, oh, there's no conflict or like, should the humans have done this, should the humans not have done this. It's objectively the humans shouldn't have done this, and but look, dinosaur fighting, and this character is just said something funny, and yeah, I don't know. I think they just become quite generic. Sorry to rant, but yeah. I think that they will change quite a lot. I would hold my breath on whether they'll be good, but I'm open to being proven wrong, for sure. Armaldo is good. Really good shout. I've still got my shiny Armaldo from BDSP. Maul. Brilliant. I don't know, to be fair, Marigold. I've no idea about Chien-Pao. I don't know. I would agree. I don't think it looks like it looks like it doesn't look like it's just a saber-toothed cat, because saber-toothed cats are, well, they don't look like that. So I would say it's like a mix with something else. Probably like what Wolf's saying. But I don't know. And Ham, you think they made a mistake when they decided to bring the dinosaurs to the whole world? Become a saving the world type movie? Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. I mean, the whole of Dominion is basically what I was talking about. It's just like, look, something's happening. And that's about it. There's no real story there. It's just, I don't know. You're just watching because it's a Jurassic Park film. If it didn't have that title, you wouldn't watch it because it's not good. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever read the books, Ham. The books are really good, and I would really recommend them. Both the first one and The Lost World are just fantastic. And the films that are most alike to those books really are Jurassic Park and... See, I wouldn't even say the Lost World film is really like all that like all... It's not similar to the book, really. The Lost World book is quite different. Oh, good question, Malcolm. Do I move most of my shiny Pokemon to home when I'm done with the videos? Yeah, I'll use them a lot of the time in other circumstances. Like if I that's male. Yeah, that's male. Let's say I needed to take on some raids in Scarlet and Violet to get like Herba Mystica, I could use some of my Pokemon as long as they're like leveled up to level 100 and I like do the EV training on them and stuff. Or even just like, I've had instances where if I was completing a Pokédex offline or something, like I might just take one of my shinies along with me for the journey. But they are all stored in home. Well, I say that only from BDSP and the Legends Arceus 50 hours video, because I gave away all of my Let's Go shinies. I gave away all of my Legends Arceus shinies, and I gave away all of my Scarlet shinies, which amounted to 53 shinies. Oh god, I gave away 53 shinies. Because that was just something I did when I first started YouTube, because I thought I'm not going to use the shinies. I'm quite happy to give them away. So I had like little competitions, and people seem to really like them. The only reason I've not done it in BDSP is because those were really rare, and I really wanted to keep them. You know, I really wanted to actually use them myself. So there you go. Nice, Ham, you've read the first one and you thought it was amazingly good. Is a really good book, really good. And that's the thing, the books bring up a lot of really good questions. And like I said, the themes of stuff like Jurassic Park isn't about the dinosaurs, it's about humanity's hubris and our obsession with trying to control things that maybe we should leave, you know, well enough alone. Jurassic Park was always going to fall because you can't control creatures that you know nothing about, that you've brought back to life, and that's proven in every facet. You know, Jurassic Park is filled with creatures that aren't from the Jurassic era, because they just chose the name Jurassic because it sounded the coolest. They put poisonous plants in the waiting rooms because they don't know that they're poisonous. And most importantly, they don't know how dangerous the dinosaurs are, and they underestimate them, and they don't pay Dennis Nedry well enough, etc, etc, etc. Like, you could just go on and on and on. The fact that the dinosaurs are breeding, even though they thought they could stop them from breeding. It's brilliant. It's really brilliant. Like, that first book and the book after it bring up some fantastic questions. The second one's more to do with like extinction, and if we could ever really know whether the dinosaurs went extinct because of the meteor, or whether they went extinct because their behaviours changed. And I think the point of the book really is that, like, humanity could be driven to extinction if our behaviours changed. I think that's what it tries to, like, get at. That we think we can change, like, you know, we can live increasingly different lifestyles to what we originally were meant to. And we don't really stop, you know, developing new technologies and new things even now. You know, you look at AI, a lot of people worry about AI, but we're doing it. It's only going to get worse and worse, or bigger and badder. So it's the same sort of thing. So the books are really good. Really, really good. Um, no, that's cool, Marigold. I enjoyed hearing about that. So thank you. Oh, definitely. Definitely ham. Definitely more scurry. The books are quite... I mean, I think the way Nedry meets his end in the books is so much worse. Like, so much worse. And it describes it in excruciating detail as well, so... So yeah, I would agree. The only movie you wish got a sequel that never got a sequel was Interstellar. I can't say I've watched Interstellar. Is it something that is like a must watch? I can't say I've seen Okami either, or Okami 2. What's that about? Oh, maybe I'll have to watch Interstellar then. I feel like there's a lot of classics that I've just not seen, and I'm getting to that point where I'm starting to like watch more and more of them. I watched, I think I've said to you before, like my father-in-law watches a lot of sci-fi, so I've been watching more. I watched The Mist the other night. That was a film. It was a good film, but it was pretty dark, especially the ending. Jeez. But yeah. I totally agree, Demi. Totally agree. It's sad as well because it's happening a lot more now, isn't it? Like it's everywhere, and it's only going to get worse. Let's be honest. I even saw that like Call of Duty have been like selling stuff in their store that is definitely designed by AI because it's got like... Oh, I thought that was a combi. It's got like on the artwork. To say it was like an artwork for the zombies. It's got like zombies with 6 fingers, so you know that it's AI, and they're selling it on the store. It's... Oh wait, I need to go back. So yes, I agree. I do not like the use of it, and I think it's only a bad thing, isn't it? It's only a bad thing. I know we've talked about it before, but yeah. Oh, okay, right. Well, I will definitely watch Interstellar then. Definitely. Has Interstellar got Matthew McConaughey in it? Was that a female? It is a female. Yep, there you go, Marigold. Directly attacking people's livelihoods. Yeah, it is. It's messed up. I mean, the sad thing is, as well, is like... We... Oh, hang on. 550? That's 50 already. So a what? Like... 1/12 of the way to full odds? From the last hour and a half, maybe? I don't think that's too bad. We'll see what we get to tomorrow. By the end of tomorrow, I mean, because today's been a bit of a weird stream where we've spent a lot of time knocking them out, but... What was I going to say now? AI. Yes. I just think that creativity is what humanity does best, isn't it? And if you take that away and you say, oh, a computer's going to do it, what's the point? Like, why don't we give AI the rubbish stuff to do that we don't want to do? You know, why don't we give AI the power to make schedules and do work rotas and do, I don't know, stuff that people don't want to do, but that gives us more time to do the creative stuff that we all want to do? Like, why are you giving it the creative stuff? That's weird. Exactly, V. V is just called it. Just put what I said into much better terms. AI should be used for the menial tasks so that we have more time to be creative, not take our creativity so we can do more menial tasks. Exactly. It's weird. Oh, 100%. That part is terrible as well. I will say that I have had... I mean, I don't think anyone's going to see this, but I am going to be cautious with what I say. But I've had sort of... I've been asked before if it can be used, and I've been told that it is like it's not an opt out, it's an opt in. So by default, it won't be used. But if I wanted to, I could opt in for it to be used, and that's good, at least. Yeah, I agree, Marigold. 100%. Oh no, is that male? Oh, thank God. Every time I bump into a male one, my heart, like, jumps a little bit in my chest. I mean, it's just so, I don't know. What concerns me about it is that it seems fairly unregulated. You know? Do you ever remember when loot boxes started coming out for games? You know, think of PUBG and, you know, Fallout 76 and Call of Duty World War II, where loot boxes started being introduced where you would pay for something and there was a randomised chance that you would win something out of the box. Does everybody remember them? I mean, they're still around now, like, but they're just not as prominent as what they were. When they first came out, and still really, they're not much better. they weren't really regulated, and so people could just kind of put them out in whatever state they wanted to, and they could get away with whatever they wanted. There was no real limitations on, you know, what you could do with them, and so a lot of people got taken advantage of because there was no laws, and there was too many loopholes letting game companies do whatever they wanted with these loot boxes and microtransactions and stuff like that. And so you would find games like FIFA were actually, there was a direct sort of link between children developing, like, I don't know, like gambling addictions, basically, because it created the same sort of link in their brains as what real gambling would do if you know, went to a casino or whatever, right? Which is weird, isn't it? Because if you've ever seen casinos, it's like, you know, 16 plus or 18 plus, you can't go in, all that stuff. But really, microtransactions and loot boxes are no different to gambling, right? And they were really unregulated, and they just got away with all sorts. I feel like AI is a bit like that. I feel like it's this new thing that everyone's using, and there's no real, like, because they weren't prepared for it, maybe, or maybe they just didn't care. It's like, it's just running rampant right now. But I think the problem with AI is that once the box has been opened, it's not going to go back in. Is it? It's just going to... Yeah. It's only going to get worse. And I think they will struggle to contain it, personally. So... yeah, I get that, Marigold. Spot on. But it's more the damage it's doing now, isn't it? I don't think it's this thing of, like, people will necessarily, the world's gonna fall in our lifetime to AI or anything like that. I think it's more just like the worry of what it's going to do to people's jobs and to our day-to-day lives, how it's going to affect the way we work and the things we enjoy, you know. And I'd say that all that stuff is quite worrying still, for sure. Yeah, they are dangerous, aren't they? They are dangerous. And to be fair, Z, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. But it's I find it really weird that, like, I don't know. I find it really weird that the casino in, like, Red and Blue and stuff was gambled. It was considered as gambling and was banned. But then loot boxes and microtransactions were like, well, they're a different type, they don't really count, when it was spending real money, you know? I mean, human, you're not wrong. Shiny hunting, in a sense, is like the thrill of, like, oh, you know, am I going to find this, the odds and all that stuff. But there's a very important distinction in that you're not spending money. You're not spending real money. And I think that is a very important distinction, you know? If Pokemon next week said, we're going to put these packs in the store where you can pay so much money, and you've got a 10% chance of finding a shiny Pokemon. And when the pack opened, the shiny Pokemon like burst out and it like did a little dance and there was flashing lights and fireworks going off and stuff. You would get the kick for gambling. You would. Over time you would. And you're spending real money on it, which is even worse. Whereas this is very different, isn't it? It's like, yeah, there's an element of like, you know, I don't know. You're putting in effort and you're putting in time, but you're not. I don't think it's the same. Shiny hunting is like no stakes gambling. You get the kick, but don't go broke. There you go. And I don't think anybody, personally, and I can attest to this because I definitely have spent a little bit too much money on loot boxes in the past, and that's why I'm quite vehemently against them, because I think they do create a connection in your brain. I've done shiny hunting, and I've gotten a little bit out of control with loot boxes, and I will tell you right now, not the same feeling. It's not. It's a totally different feeling. Like, the feeling that opening a loot box gives you is like, it's, you get this immediate like, oh, I need to get more. I need to open another one of these. I have to. Like, I feel like I need to. Shiny hunting's just like, oh, I feel quite rewarded for all the time that I spent. You know, I feel like I don't know. I feel like the time I spent was worth it, as opposed to I spent something and got this instant gratification reward. V, I'm so sorry. I'll stop. I'll stop talking about those. I mean, I'm very glad that we live in a universe where shinies were not put in that kind of category. But the thing for me is they're not the same. Like I've said, I have had both, and I'm telling you, they're not the same. Totally different feelings. It's weird, but yeah. Yeah, I would agree with the trading card game, for sure. That definitely seems like it's in that realm. Anyway, as much as I love this conversation, let's move it on, because I feel bad for V. I feel like I've maybe reopened something. So let's talk about something else. What would you like to talk about? And then we're not focusing on that for him. Oh, some great questions. Favourite artist? Do you mean favourite artist in terms of music, or art in general? Music. Oh, who? No, don't be shiny. Oh, thank God. Who would be my favourite artist? Great question. Great question. Let me just swap my headphones over while we're doing this. This one is getting low on battery. Why can I not think of who my favourite artist would be? I feel like I'm a bit weird with music. I kind of just like listen to all kinds. So I don't have like an out and out favorite artist. I will say, maybe my favorite like genre of music instead, if that's okay, because I don't think I could give you an outright favorite artist. I really love older music. You know, like anything you would hear in a Fallout game is my kind of jam. So you like jazz, or I don't know, just anything from like the 1930s all the way up to like the 1960s. Favorite steel type shiny? Oh, Corviknight. It's got to be Corviknight for me. What's yours, Zach? Dinosaurs evolved into birds, yay or nay? I'm going to say yes, they did. I would have thought they did. But Marigold's saying no. And I am not knowledgeable enough about it. As much as I love dinosaurs on a very superficial level, in the sense of like, I just find them awesome. You know, they're just these creatures that we've lost to time, and they're so impressive and huge, and you know. So, as much as I love them, I couldn't say that I actually know a lot about them. Marigold seems like a much more reliable source. But what do you think, Zeke? Oh, no! Oh, no, it's there. All good. I didn't lose it. Oh, did I miss a question? Oh, what is everyone having for Christmas dinner? I have no veg, mash, roast potatoes, chicken or turkey, Yorkshire puddings, maybe some sausages, gravy, but it has to be Bisto gravy, and cranberry sauce. So probably a bit of a weird one for me. Oh, pigs in blankets as well. Pigs in blankets, definitely. Definitely. So yeah, there you go. Moon landing real? I think yeah. I think the moon landing was real. Yeah. Personally, I just think that that whole conspiracy just doesn't really make all that much sense to me, given that we could clearly easily go there now. So I just maybe I know people's argument is like maybe it was a lie at the time, but I don't know. For me, I just don't think so. I think it was real. Oh, some great suggestions for a favourite steel type. Metagross, Scizor, Aegislash. I'm going to be getting an Aegislash in this video, so watch out for that one. And I don't know if anybody saw this. Did anybody watch Snorlad's first Nuzlocke video? I don't think he put it in the Discord server, but he randomly found a shiny Honedge in a max raid at the full odds of 1 in 4096 just while he was completing that first Nuzlocke. That's unreal, that, isn't it? That's literally incredible. Couldn't believe it when I saw it. It was like... just amazing. Bisto is besto. I love Bisto, V, honestly. I have they have this thing in the UK. It's like chip shop curry sauce, and it's from Bisto. Oh, it's so good. So good. You can have it with some rice or some chips and chicken. Top notch. Dead good. Oh wow, Marigold, that's quite the quite a different one to mine, isn't it? I love hearing about people's different Christmas dinners. That's so cool. I feel like Marigold is the human version of animals. The animal professor. That does sound like it would be Archaeopteryx. For a smaller one that had feathers. No! In fact, actually, I'm going to take that counter away. I thought it was female, not male. He did, yeah. If you go on... hang on. Let me... If you're in the Discord, I'll try and find it and post it in the, like, other awesome creators chat. But yeah, he just found one randomly in a raid, and it was just, I don't know why he was probably doing raids for, like, either to find a honage or to get, like, TMs and TRs, not TMs, sorry, TRs and, like, candies and stuff. But yeah, just found a random 1 in 4096 one. I mean, that's ridiculous, isn't it? That's so cool. Wow, that's awesome. A full fossil of an Archaeopteryx. That's really cool, Marigold, really cool. Do you think you'll I don't know, do you think you'll ever like get into that sort of stuff? Because you're clearly very, very knowledgeable about it. Like, you've clearly got a passion for it. And James is a bit of a dinosaur nerd too. Well, to be fair, I was going to say nerd is like... I don't know, I like being called a nerd. It's all contextual, isn't it? I feel like if you get called a nerd in relation to something that you know a lot about, I'd take that as a compliment. I'd be like, thanks, yeah, I guess I do know a lot about that. Oh, go away, random encounters. Ham, see you later, dude. Thanks so much for joining. We've loved having you, and we'll hopefully see you again. But yeah, thanks for the good luck as well. I probably will end stream soon myself anyway. Maybe at like another 40 minutes or so, because we've been going for a while now. 6.5 hours. It's gone like that. But yeah. Zach, you've shiny hunted the entire Aggron and Edge/Lightning Shield. That's awesome. Did you? How did you hunt them? Did you do like Masuda or something else? That's awesome. Well, good luck with it. I hope you I hope that one of either of them like works out, you know? For sure. I mean, I know what it feels like. I would love to be able to do what I love, which is YouTube. You know, if I could do YouTube full time, that would be my version of that. Whether or not that will ever happen, I don't know. But I know the feeling. Good, Wolf, good. Those are all really good, really cool things to be a nerd at, I think. Like I said, I love it. If somebody says that, I'm like, thanks. I guess I am. Yeah. Oh. You did the reset method for overworld spawns, and oh yeah, I remember you telling me about it. Sorry, I do remember you. I remember you linking me the video now for the for that reset method. Oh my god, I've got like I don't know, a sore shoulder. I don't know what I've done. Ow. Oh, I'm sorry, V. But yeah, I understand. I do. Well, no, actually, I say I understand. I suppose I can't, can I, from my like perspective. But I like can sympathise, if that makes sense. Even if I can't. No, I can empathise. I can like put myself in your shoes, but yeah. I mean, one thing I will say is that I obviously I've only just started streaming, really. I only started in September. And everyone who's joined has always been really lovely. And if anybody's not lovely, I just get rid. You know? And if anybody's not, like, nice to someone else in the chat, we just say, like, get out. We're not gonna have you here. I think obviously a part of things is you're always gonna get people who are not nice and will say things or do things and will push the boundaries. And you just gotta be really firm with people like that and be like, I'm not gonna tolerate that. You know? But I am sorry if like you feel like you can't do something that you really want to do because other people can be horrible, because that sucks, you know. Yeah, then you and Demi boot them out. There's another one. This thing, Marigold, some people are just awful, you know? Really awful. It's... Oh, there's another one. Yeah, people can be awful. And like I said, you've got to, obviously when you're like younger, you don't necessarily know what the right thing to do is all the time. But I think if you're old enough to like understand people, you've just got to be really firm with them and just be like, no. you are banned. I'm out of here. But people are just grim. Oh, people can be grim. Yeah, 100%. I think that's the thing. I think when you, I don't know, when you're younger, I think you probably just shouldn't. Like, I wouldn't recommend if you were younger doing it. You know what I mean? Because that is unfortunately the problem with the internet. But certainly for you, V, you know, I hope that like one day you can, you can do it, and yeah, just the best advice I could give you. As much as I can't say I've really experienced anyone being a certain way with me, and that might be, you know, that might be due to the person that I am. Like, I am quite clearly older, and I'm a man, and, you know, there's things that won't happen to me that will happen to other people, and I can't, like... I couldn't use my personal experiences to, as like a measuring stick, because obviously I won't get certain things happen to me that will happen to maybe like other people who have different circumstances or you know, different identities or whatever. But for me, the best advice I would give is just, like I said, just if you do start doing it, just be really firm with like what you want out of it and the type of people you want to have around on your streams and stuff. And if anybody crosses the line, just ban them, just get rid. Cause you know it's really easy to do, and at the end of the day, it's your channel. You know, you don't have to keep anyone around that you don't want. Even if somebody does something that you think is like makes you feel slightly uncomfortable, but like they've not even done anything wrong. If they've made you feel uncomfortable, you can just get rid of them because it's your channel. You know, screw 'em. Yeah, but I still understand. You know, because even if it is 100% in your control and all that kind of stuff, like, it still might make you feel a certain way or something like that. So I do understand, and yeah, totally understand. Is that another one? No. Yes, Marigold, I would 100% agree. And to be fair, we've got very good, like, I'll admit, when I first started streaming, I didn't really envisage it kind of taking off like it did. So I was a little bit like, I didn't necessarily, I knew who I wanted around and what I would and wouldn't tolerate, but I didn't necessarily have like guidelines and rules and things like that. But since we started streaming, you know, the Discord now has got rules that you've got to accept before you join. It's got rules that are displayed on the Discord for forever. You know, they'll always be there. It's got, the channel's got like rules that, well, sorry, like guidelines that you've got to like look at when you first join, and Human and Demi are fantastic mods who would and have 100% come to me with things that they don't think are okay. And I think you all know that I'm... Well, I would like to think you all know that I'm a pretty nice, normal dude, and that if you bring me something, I'll be like, yeah, they're out. I'm not going to tolerate that. So, spot on. Spot on. Bound Suite. Return of the Bound Suite. Is it Bound Suite? I always forget if it's Boon or Bound. I feel like we had this exact conversation like 3 months ago. And I got it wrong then. And I feel like maybe I'm getting it wrong now. Bound Suite. My brain says it's Bound because it's like Bounty. You know? I don't know. Yes, V. 100%. Everyone's really lovely, to be fair. Really lovely. And like what's really nice is it's quite like a close little community as well. Like nobody really, you know, you could message me or Human or Demi and like we'll be on it like right away. Obviously I have like a job, so sometimes I don't always see the message straight away, but like I will always, if somebody drops me a message, I would get to it by the end of the day for sure. So yeah, definitely. Everyone is really nice. And we will always like have each other's back with horrible people. Zach, spot on. Basic rule, don't be a jerk. Yeah, spot on. That is it, isn't it? It's just common sense for the most part. But there'll always be a bad apple or two, you know? And that's our job, is just to kind of not let them get away with it, you know? If anybody is like that, just report them. Don't put up with it. Don't let them carry on being horrible, because we will just get rid of them. We won't, like... And I don't put up with anything, like, you know, not, I won't let anyone be horrible to another viewer, or member of the Discord or whatever. Oh, Ryan, welcome to stream. What's a good Pokemon game to get on the Switch other than Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl? Looking to get one, but ideally need to warrant the £50 before getting a random add-on. Oh, good question. This is tough. This is tough. Because I've got to not let my personal bias of Legends Arceus get in the way. I think Sword and Shield, yeah, I would agree with you both. I think Sword and Shield, and I'm not just saying it because I'm playing them now, I think they actually have quite a lot to like offer and a lot to do. You know, the Pokédex is pretty large. You've got DLC to download if you want to download them at some point. Yeah, the story's not brilliant, but the gameplay is pretty good, and I think in general, like, the format of the... Oh, didn't mean that. The format of the game, where you've got the Pokemon... Hang on, I can't spoil things for you, I don't want to spoil... I nearly spoiled something then. I shouldn't have done that. I feel like Hagrid. I shouldn't have told you that. I should not have told you that. Yeah. Yeah, I think Sword and Shield are good choices. So, for me, that would be my pick. And I think if you liked Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, would you guys agree that Sword and Shield are probably the closest in terms of like similarity to this? I reckon if you want something different, Legends Arceus is good. If you want something that's massive and you can do lots in, but it doesn't run all that well, then Scarlet and Violet. And if you want something that's similar to BDSP, then Sword and Shield is the one for you. I hope that's helped. I feel like maybe I've just gone all around the houses to tell you that, but I hope that has helped. Oh yeah, I've not played Unite, but it is one that's intrigued me. I have seen what it looks like, and I've thought about playing it before. Maybe that's one I should have a look at as well. Is Unite the one where it's like you sort of control one Pokemon and you have to like collect points or something, and you've got like a team of you're on a team against another team. It's almost like, I'm not going to say it's like Call of Duty, like a team deathmatch or something, but it's a little bit like Capture the Flag, but with points. Maybe? I don't know. Oh, nice. Awesome, Rhyme. I'm glad it's helped. You're a sucker for Brilliant Diamond from playing Diamond on the DS. But you think it's time for a change to one you've not played before. Yeah. Well, to be fair, I mean, Gen 4 is my favourite of all the Pokemon games. And I was the same, like I played Diamond, Pearl and Platinum when I was younger. And they were my favourite set of games. And for me, I've played all the Switch games, so I can tell you, like, what I prefer best. So my favourite is Legends Arceus, but the thing with Arceus is it's not like your typical Pokemon game. So Pokemon Diamond and Pokemon Brilliant Diamond are very like Sword and Shield. You know, you just control your little character in the overworld like I'm doing, but you don't have to do... There's no like health for your character. You know, you just battle with the Pokemon, you battle against other trainers, you beat the gyms, you go through the game in that same sort of typical format. Legends Arceus is more like Pokemon mixed with a game like Zelda, where you kind of have to... Your character has health, and you can throw Pokeballs at the Pokemon using your character without ever having to battle them. And the Pokemon can damage you in the overworld. So it's a very different type of game. There's no gyms. It's set, you know, in the past. All that kind of stuff. But it's got really great music, really great environments. Really good for shiny hunting. A lot of fun to sort of complete the Pokedex in, things like that. Scarlet and Violet are really good. They've got a lot to them. Really good for shiny hunting. They've not just got gyms to beat, they've also got like they've also got other badges to like sort of earn, which are related to raids against like Pokemon, these giant Pokemon called Titan Pokemon that have got more hit points than a regular Pokemon would, and they've also got these kind of like battles against the villainous team where you earn badges from battling against them. So there's 18 badges. Sorry, no, not 18. How much is there? Is it Oh no, it is 18, isn't it? 18 badges to earn in Scarlet and Violet overall. So that's quite fun. But they don't run the best. The performance of them is pretty poor, and they don't look anywhere near as good as Brilliant Diamond or Sword and Shield because of it. And then Sword and Shield are, like I said, you know, just quite similar to Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. So those are kind of the choices you've got. And if you're not sure, I would say definitely watch maybe like just trailers from each of them and see which ones you think look the best. It's hard, isn't it, when you've only got so much to spend and you're like, oh, I don't know which one to go with. It can be quite tough. I think a sure bet would definitely be Sword and Shield, because it's just similar to Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl. Arceus divides people. It's my favourite, but I've met quite a few people who just don't like it at all, and that's because it's so different to Pokemon, to what Pokemon usually is. Scarlet and Violet also divisive, but more so just because the performance issues. I think a lot more people like Sword and Shield nowadays. I've said this before, but I think people have begun to sort of really really appreciate what they've got going for them. Let me just change the time back so that I don't go over into the next day. I don't know how much longer I'm going to go on stream for, but we found 75 since we got to 500. I don't think that's too bad going, you know. I mean, it's not great, don't get me wrong. It has been quite a slow hunt, this one, but I think, given how low the odds are, this shouldn't be all that bad. You know? Tomorrow maybe we'll get to like 400 of these found. Maybe, well, actually maybe not 400. Maybe like 300. Oh, and hopefully we will not phase on a random encounter. But yeah. I can imagine that's cool, Marigold. Oh, and thanks Wolf as well for the description of Unite. Yeah, that sounds like what I thought it was. So that's good. Yeah, 100%. I think Scarlet and Violet... sorry, I think Sword and Shield are only sort of looked back on more fondly because Scarlet and Violet's performance issues and sort of graphics weren't as good, but I don't know, me. I've said this before, Sword and Shield were like just games that I liked from the minute they were released. I never really had any issues with them. Whereas Scarlet and Violet I definitely had to grow to love. It took me time to appreciate them, and I do now. I do see past the glaring issues, but But I still have a problem with the glowing issues. Yeah, and that's Furzik, to be fair, because at the end of the day, Scarlet and Violet are cracking stories, great characters, music's fantastic, Pokemon are fantastic. The 3 storylines is a great idea. The DLC, at least from what I've seen so far, is amazing. The shiny hunting, you know, while I wish we had the shiny sparkle sound like we have in Legends Arceus, it's pretty good. You know, it's pretty good for shiny hunting, isn't it? So I can totally understand why that would be your favourite. It's funny, isn't it? There's so many like it's just funny how different we all are like when it comes to Pokemon, because I feel like a lot of the time as well, it's not even I don't know, it's not even like some people say like, oh well, I really liked everything about that game, or I didn't like anything about that game. It's very like, I liked this, this, and this. I hated this, this, and this, or something along those lines. Like you both just said, you know, story, music, details were all loved, but then Sword and Shield didn't hit those same highs for you. Marigold hated Sword and Shield for the awful story, but the gameplay was okay. Scarlet and Violet are the best stories, but the gameplay is abysmal. Totally understand both. Dynamax Adventures, oh, amazing. Amazing idea. Oh, there's one. Oh, and it's Male. That's great, Wolf. Really good. Yeah, just like in general, you kind of find the selection of Pokemon there to be the best. That is good, because I think I've definitely felt that problem sometimes in Sword and Shield, where I've been like, it's got a lot of Pokemon in it, but it's missing a lot of the Pokemon that I really love, or I've had to... Well, maybe it's not missing them by the end of the game, but earlier on in the game, I've had to really strategically pick the Pokemon I wanted to shiny hunt, because I was struggling finding enough members that I really liked. So that's really good that you like that about Scarlet and Violet, because I would agree with that, to be fair. Got a really good, diverse selection of Pokemon. Yeah. Yeah, Dynamax Adventures obviously definitely relies on other people, but I think at the same time, that's the same in Scarlet and Violet, isn't it, with the Terror Raids and stuff, you know? I've definitely struggled with the Terror Raids if I'm not playing with other people. And it's really good that they're not shiny locked as well. That's a big... As my wife would say, that is a Switzerland flag. It's a big plus. Yeah, they did. They did try with the Crown Tundra. Yeah, to be fair, actually, you make a good point. I think the Crown Tundra is probably the only one that I enjoyed story-wise, like really enjoyed. But even then, it was quite basic, wasn't it? This is the thing, though, I listen. You're both clearly right because you know a lot more about raids than I do. But the problem I have with Scarlet and Violet's Terror raids is that they're too detailed, and I know that's really weird to hear coming from, like, I don't know, someone who could quite easily go and learn how to do them. But Dynamax raids in Sword and Shield you can just jump into, and same with Dynamax Adventures. It's winnable. Don't get me wrong, it's not the easiest thing, but I don't like the hoops that you have to jump through to beat raids on Scarlet and Violet. I think it's too much. A lot of the time it's very, like, you've got to, like Marigold said, you've got to, like, have these competitive level Pokemon to gather your shiny hunting stuff, and I just think, should you have to do that? But that's an each to their own kind of thing, isn't it? Because I know a lot of people will say that they like the depth to them. I know Demi really enjoys doing the Terror raids. And to be fair, I think if you really enjoy getting into them, that is that's probably something that can take up quite a lot of time, but without. It's like a nice medium, isn't it, between competitive play and PvE. Because it's kind of like you've got to build somewhat of a team to take on these raids, but you once you've got that team, maybe it's quite easy to actually complete it. But for me, I do find them a little bit too much, you know? I think they're a little bit overcomplicated. I mean, I think I've said this before, but like, I took that Milotic into a raid the other day for another Milotic that was a Dragon Terror type, and I thought, I'm gonna wipe the floor with this. I've got a level 100 Milotic with Ice Beam, and it's going to be super effective. I'll go in solo and I'll beat it. And it took me like 7 or 8 tries, and I was a bit like, that seems excessive, given that this was a really good matchup. But, you know, again, that's just personal preference for me. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's if you enjoy it, I'm not saying you shouldn't enjoy it. You should absolutely, that's great. I just find them a bit like, I don't know. I just find them a bit much for me, because I'm more just going in there to get like we talked about, maybe some Herba Mystica to slightly improve my shiny odds or something, and when I get walled with a Pokemon that really should beat them. Like, if you go into I agree with you on Dynamax Adventures 100%. Like, they are entirely geared towards making you play with other people, and I think, unfortunately, in the long term, they probably will prove to be something that people don't look back on too fondly, because you won't be able to play with other people to get the legendaries because nobody will be playing the game. But yeah, I know 100% if I took a level 100 Pokemon into any max raid den in Sword and Shield, I'd wipe the floor with it. But in Scarlet and Violet, I'm like, whoa, I am maxed out on EVs. This is a good matchup. I'm level 100. Why am I not, like, trouncing this thing? But, again, personal preference. And I do agree. I think it is frustrating when they try and make you pay for online and have other people in a session with you. And and like you know you because you can't beat it on your own. I showed up with Milotic for Rayquaza. Meanwhile, James, your friend, and you rolled up with some mice, a cake, and a motorbike dragon and beat it in 2 rounds with 1 attack. Well, that's the thing. To be fair, Milotic did alright against Rayquaza, but not alright against the other Milotic that was the Dragon Terror. But to be fair, Rayquaza is one that, like, I wasn't really... I don't mind that being difficult, because it's like, it's a shiny Rayquaza, and you've got 2 weeks. So, you know, if I had to get a special team together to get the shiny Rayquaza, that one would make total sense. You know, it's quite a... Oh, is that a male? It is. Ugh. Shiny Rayquaza makes total sense to have to try hard to get, but I just don't see why... Oh my god, that's another male. I don't see why, like, regular Pokemon should be these, like, unstoppable walls that I've got to create an entirely new team for. Or, sorry, create an entirely new build for just to beat this raid specifically. I also feel like that makes me just sound like an old man, though. That just is the epitome of, like, stubbornness. Because to be fair, I spent 2 months in the Motorstoke gym, so I don't know why I've not got the patience to just build a Pokemon for a Terror Raid when I did that for so long. Right, I'm going to try and find one more, I think, and then I'm going to go offline, because I know Bucky could do with go and letting him out, and we've been going for a while now. We're at, what, 7 hours and 10 minutes? Oof. And we're streaming tomorrow, so I will... Yeah, I'll try and find one more, and then we'll go. I don't know how long we've been searching for the Brilliant Aura ones now. I feel like maybe an hour and... No, maybe nearly 2 hours, and we found 79. Maybe like an hour and 45. I don't know. It is slow going, isn't it? But we will get there. A hard day's work. Yes, V. Definitely. I don't know what I preferred. I don't know whether I preferred knocking them out or trying to find the Brilliant Aura. I feel like they've both been a little bit tedious, let's say, but you prefer knocking them out. Because at least you're doing something, then, aren't you? I think I was. Oh wait, here's one. Is it female? It is. But no shiny. I feel like this part I'm enjoying a little bit more because it's like, even though I'm not doing anything, it's exciting now because it's like, oh, it could be any moment, you know? So, let's save the 240 hours playtime, which is a bit brutal, but there you go. Let's have a look. Oh, say hi to James back if you don't mind. Human. I hope he's doing okay. Yeah, V, I agree. When you're knocking them out, you feel like you're getting more done. For sure. For sure. This part's just like I said, it's a bit more exciting now. Because it's like, we've got it. We've got the odds. We've just got to find it. But I agree, I felt like I was doing more earlier in the day. Yeah. Would agree. Anyway, I will get going. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna... No, I won't be around for the rest of the evening. I don't think, for like Scarlet and Violet grinding or anything like that, because I've got stuff to do. But I'll be streaming again tomorrow, starting at 2 PM English time, but it is scheduled in Discord, so if you want to see what time it is for your time zone and stuff, you can do. Hopefully tomorrow is the day, but I don't feel like it will be. We'll see. Let's hope. Anyway, thanks a lot for today, guys. I've had a lovely time, and one more stream for 2024, and then we're done. So have a lovely evening, doing whatever you're doing, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye.